right. Sorry, I'm running a minute late here. All right, cool. We're all set. How's everyone doing this morning? Okay, I gotta turn this off for a minute. Cool. No, sorry, I have like eye lubricant in. It's my eye hurts, so all right. When YouTuber lighting, you're gonna have to wait for it. You're going dark mode right now. At least until I have some fucking coffee. Yeah, I'm doing good, Brad Stonk. How are you, man? No, I think I just like mashed my pillow into my face so hard that it like pulled my eye open while I was sleeping. And so I woke up and my eye was all dried out. Thoughts on crypto ripping? Cool. Let's get ready to rumble. I mean, it's only up, what, 3% today? 38 to 44 in the last, since market close. About. Makes sense. The Russians have to put their money somewhere. I did sleep briefly, relax. GameStop pushing right up and open. Think SPY rallies today. It could, or it could begin to. I think it'll be kind of slow. I don't think it'll be like the $20 moves that we've seen over the last year. What was Cornish on? If we expect big FTDs and moves today, don't they have until tomorrow morning to put the orders into dark pools, or is it truly due by end of day today? They have till this morning to put the orders into dark pools. So on those T35 35 dates, that's the morning, that final day. On the T+2, T+3, then they have till the final morning, or the following morning. Anyone who donated to Freedom Trucker? What the fuck is a Freedom Trucker? I don't think I want to know. So you slept on top of the mouse button that poked your eye? No. Yeah, they've been slow giving out the clip button to people. Thankfully, not Trash Dan yet. What does being anti-vax have to do with blocking highways? Highways don't give you COVID. My ring light is turned off because my eyeball is on fire. You need to dip in and out of politics a little to have a better big picture view. Did you read Adabit's new DD? Yeah. No comment. Large derivatives positions not simply risky bets, but an aggregation of variant swaps as Citadel bets on overall market volatility. Yes. That's correct. Okay, here we go. They're anti forced vax to work. Many truckers that do not want to take the vax in Canada are trying to show the administration they're just how valuable they are by shutting down transportation. So they're just not working? Okay, hold on. I think I've got this. So there are truckers that don't like vaccines and they're blocking highways to protest vaccines. They don't like the mandate. But these are, hold on, but these are American truckers or are they Canadian truckers? Both. I've never heard of somebody protesting the laws of another country. It just seems odd. Do you have pink eye? No, but I like dragged my eyeball across my pillowcase last night or something. You did it. I'm so proud of you. You came to it all on your own with 1K other people's input, Canadian truckers and some Americans, and a lot of international money. Huh. Well, I got I got nothing for you. Yeah, that's just it's a very interesting situation. Oatmeal. I have more oatmeal. I have cold oats. Was that MOASS? Possibly. Okay, I'm gonna try to turn this light on, but not uh hold on. Oh, okay. I might be able to do that. IV on weeklies went way up overnight. Interesting. How much? Oh, quite a bit. Hmm. That's on Citadel's financials report. Is it just normal hedgy stuff that we're blowing out of proportion? Absolutely. Citadel looks like they're doing great. They only had $470 million withdrawn from their assets under management. Their net capital is popping. They're net long. Just making stacks on volatility. I would love it. I would love if I owned an eye patch, but I don't. I don't have sunglasses. I don't go outside. Why would I own sunglasses? I have curtains. Um, that's because there was an IV bump. Citadel shell confirmed. Okay. Citadel's doing so great. Why seek outside investment? Because other people want in on the game. You never spend your own money. Oh, also because fuck Melvin. See, the part of a bust out scam that is essential is that a fund has to scapegoat all this. Why not Melvin? They already fucked up, right? And they've started a new fund. They're the perfect target. Volatility theory, 128 descending volume theory for 7 days, then 2-8 run, then 6 days descending volume to 132, then 5 days descending volume to 216 run. Coincidence or what? It just sounds like ETF settlement periods T+6, right? Do you need an eye patch? I got you, fam. I know you do. Put a sock in your hat and put it over your eye. No. Citadel become a bank? Not big enough. I mean, that's sort of like their goal, right? Well, they were getting busy burning Melvin. And now they're going to burn someone else. It doesn't look like a bailout. Their financials look fine. I mean, they could be lying to their investors. They have a shitload of variance swaps. and an unbelievable number of derivative positions. But I think that just lends more credence to the theory that at least I've been operating under. I'll stand next to you and gently place my hand over your eye for the next 6 hours. Actually, that would be perfect. Still waiting for today's price action to roll out to determine 318. Yeah, to determine if I'm going to roll my 318s forward. Citadel gets 500 million back from Melvin, uses it to give back to the investor. That's possible. It's possible they needed the capital infusion just to handle the XRT thresholding situation. That was pricey. Could you explain a poor man's covered call? You sell long put or a long call naked, and then you buy a nearer the money long call to protect it. Or at the same strike. Essentially a hedge against the infinite loss of the naked position. First of all, hedge funds, Stefan, don't keep cash on the table. If their cash isn't deployed, they're not making money off of it. So having cash, like 500 million in cash, is not great, but not for the reasons that you think. They have 65 billion in total shorts, but they also have 73 billion in net long. So they're a net long fund playing shitloads of volatility. That's really all I got out of their financial statements. I think everything else is just super blown out of proportion. They lost $470 million from assets under management, not net capital, which is basically irrelevant given the scope of their assets under management. That's right. Here I am, bright and early in the morning, to ruin all your hopium. You're welcome. Yeah, that's a strategy, Willem, to protect the theta loss from your leaps. They are net long on what they reported. It's not quote unquote what they reported. It's their yearly financial statement um to their investors. They're just net long. I don't think they're hiding any positions from their investors. That'd be a whole shit show. Remember, people are gonna they're not gonna take those at face value, right? Like people's financial advisors and legal teams are gonna dig into that information and ensure that it is correct. So they do their diligence. So you don't think financials look as dire as SS is making it out to be? Not at all. I have, after listening to you for the past 6 months, never gotten any opium anymore. Good. The fair market value can be cooked, but that doesn't mean they're lying. Besides market makers, who are the other authorized participants that can do ETF share creation? ETF agents? Authorized participants for a specific ETF are the only ones that can do creation from that ETF, but they can be short hedge funds, they can be private funds, they can be ETF agents. As long as they're approved as an authorized participant on that ETF. Citadel is not known for being on the up and up. I mean, I'm sure they are to their investors. You explain fair market value on the statement, the price of the equities or derivatives at the time of the writing of that filing. So it's a snapshot of the current value at the time. Somehow they wouldn't lie to their investors. Explain that, because their investors are not going to just take that report at face value. You're talking about other funds, multi-million and billionaires, their legal teams and their accountants and their financial advisors are all going to dig into that report and ensure that it is correct. They are going to do their diligence on the fund they're invested in, without a doubt. Is there any hopium in the ETF FTDs? Maybe, provided they squeeze something in the basket. How do you make your oatmeal up in the morning? I just like put oatmeal in milk at night, and I put some craisins in there, and almond, walnut, chopped walnut. Put some cinnamon in. That's mostly it. Oh, there's some nutmeg. A little dash of nutmeg. Sen's running after earnings tonight. We'll fucking find out. Probably not. Their earnings suck. But it might be a good excuse for the shorts to cover. I'm still stuck on the fact that OPEX can't just disappear. If we don't get price action today, would this be a strong data point to the fact that we're looking at a margin call situation? Yeah. It would lead me to believe, or at least lend more credence to that idea. No, the rest of the report's probably not publicly released. Thanks, J-Ken. I'm glad to hear that, man. 2 questions. Is security sold, not yet purchased? Same like sold short? No, it can be like covered calls. It's just assets sold at credit, not yet repurchased, right? Citadel wouldn't lie to their investors about anything because they risk lawsuits from a lot of people who have enough money to make their lives miserable. Plus, Discovery brings out everyone's dirty laundry, and there are a lot of things, but they aren't that dumb. Yeah, you don't get to the point where you're managing hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars by fucking lying to your shareholders. And a lot of those shareholders are also financial institutions and are well aware of Citadel's positions. And would, in a heartbeat, take them down for lying on their reports to their investors. Do you order oatmeal at restaurants? No. Gross. Jesus, man. Has your perspective changed on the DOOMPS theory? I haven't tuned in for a bit, so just catching up. I actually wrote a DD about it last night. It's not that my perspective on it's changed. It's just that the way the failure dates were being counted was off. And while technically the exposure from today does possibly comes from January 21st, or more than likely comes from January 21st. It comes from January 21st after market close, CME. So if I don't think DOOMPS actually affect anything, like the ones that expired, I don't think they do anything. But I think the ones that were bought and re-hedged synthetically, I think those have an effect. So January 21st, when we saw those Jan 2023 puts being bought, those will be hedged, and I think those will have a marked effect on possibly today's price action. But those FTDs actually occur the following Monday on Jan 24th, which is the FTDs from today. If they aren't honest with anyone, it's the lawyers, the accountants, and their shareholders. People thinking they're lying to their shareholders actually made me realize that Super Stonk might actually be as dumb as they like to say they are. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why people are writing DD about shit they clearly don't understand. But saw TA guy Gavin bought a load of 150C 3-4. Do you expect those calls goes in the money? TA guy Gavin? They have a shot. Who the fuck is Gavin? I don't know who any of these people are. Missed a previous one? Oh, check SPY. Sorry, Darth. I'll check it. What's going on? Just choppy. It's not really doing anything. I think it's gonna break up. But I think it's gonna be kind of slow to hit this 442 resist. I don't know why I even have this one here. I think it's gonna be kind of slow to hit this 442 resistance. I went over that in the pickles picks. This is I mean, it's a decent entry for a long position if it bounces. But the problem is like, who the fuck knows what Russia is going to do tomorrow night? And it could just tank. So there's a lot of risk with playing the SPY right now. So if it's a margin call situation, they have 15 days. If so, 15 days from when? Here's the beauty of that. 15 days from whenever they fucking failed margin. We have no idea. We could assume it's on the day where their obligations due, but that might not be true. They might have failed margin the day before or the day after. Double bottom kaboom. Just another rejection at 125. Now it's a double top. One sec, let me just update Reddit real quick. Sorry, my morning post was a bit brief. Ko-Fi. I answered. Okay, I answered that. Okay, I haven't missed any. I'm all caught up on the Ko-Fis. Yes. The problem with Pickles Picks is that I read them and then immediately forget everything I have ever learned. Yeah, I'm going to be rolling forward my March positions at the end of today if there's no positive price action. Because I have a bit of a different theory on when the DOOMPS will occur, but we'll see what happens. Or like the exposure from January leaps will occur. Why so hard to break 125? There's a lot of call OI here, so ideally they would prefer if we do not cross that price point. Remember, each of these that we cross adds further momentum to our upside, And that means that they then have to combat that positive delta hedge as they try to drive the price down, which is expensive. Is Citadel the one who possibly failed margin? If so, how? I mean, it could be, and it would be because they're probably leveraged to the hilt. And yeah, even though their financial report is pretty good looking, it doesn't mean that, you know, positions can't slip. The SPY rallied. Who knows where their short positions on that were? That big rally from the dip, I mean, could have burned a lot of shorts. I think the SPY had like a 70 or like a 7-3 put call ratio. I think Gherk was banned from SS. Yup. DDS doing upward stuff. Well, that's good. As per the union contract, please acknowledge the artist will lose right to the only cabs or protest will be reinstated. What? You fuck off. Can you please share your theory on when DOOMPS exposure will occur? I think that all settled trades from Jan 21 were realized on January 26th on the final day of, or the final window of that T+2 period, when we saw that $20 price run. And the FTDs from this day will be March 3rd. Theta is starting to speed up too much on March 18th for me. I'll probably have to reduce my leverage a little rolling to April 14th, but I'm fine with it. Yeah, I'm not liking the theta, especially beyond today. I'm just gonna roll forward and play it safe. We could go up tomorrow with AMC and MMAT after their earnings. It's possible. Are you expecting much from the State of the Union speech today? Apparently inflation will be addressed and it could add to the volatility. Yeah. And maybe why things are kind of sideways right now. I don't know if he'll have any news on the sanctions. Like, I don't know how much economic effect it'll have, but it may have some. The market may kind of stagnate until it happens, like we usually see. Where are you posting your DD? On my sub, our Dillionaires. Is OPEX and Friends with Financial Benefits think tank where I forgot to cross post? Thanks for reminding me. Did I remember to... We here at the Pickle Union stand in solidarity with artists of the Louvre. We demand you provide calf picks for starving artists. Also, we humbly request you employ Stefan and Guybrush. On a break of 125, I'll consider the deployment of pickle resources. And the artists got what they wanted already. You're behind. I think you guys might need to meet, get on the same page, and then move forward with your whining. Pickle Guy doesn't learn his lesson from the ban. Immediately starts brigading my own sub. The thing I learned with holding options too long on occasion is that I got hung up on the small loss I was seeing. I forgot I could just roll and still be bullish and fight another day. Yep. If you guys could drop a like, it's a big help. When does the HBO documentary come out? I have no idea. You're planning on rolling up and out, rolling straight out and eating a little bit of leverage, or rolling straight out and adding capital? I'm just gonna roll straight out and add capital. I did okay on the dips, so most of my November losses were made up. So I don't mind adding a little bit now. Well, I shouldn't say November, December losses. Okay, Cohen's tweet referring to inflation reference the March 10 CPI inflation numbers. End of rollover, earnings announcement period. Earnings on March 10th with some announcement. Could be. Check CLFS. The tax-free income R6. It doesn't pull up on here. Can you explain, if I am your Trojan cat or someone, how you, or somehow you, why you haven't read my DTs yet? I'm sorry, JFresh. I promise I'll read them tonight. You explain why nothing happened during OPEX. Well, they changed the rules for margin requirements on the day that the OPEX obligations were most likely due, or the day before they were most likely due. I don't know if that was to de-risk current members from a defaulting member, or if it was to protect from the failure of a member. Only, unfortunately, time will tell us which is the case. But essentially, they changed the margin, the way that margin is factored for variant swaps. And the NSCC changed their risk models. How about starting super duper stonk and focusing on dupes and boofs and mods who shouldn't be mods? What's the Suns play for earnings? I've heard you talk about it, but I always miss it. Oh, I'm trying to build a scanner that detects shorting under delta sensitivity spikes, indicating a large short position that is afraid of covering. And Suns popped up on the scanner, so I thought I'd test it. So if no price action by 11 a.m., does that mean no run today? No, not at all. Generally, the larger part of our volume and the more profitable part of our runs are in the mid to late afternoon. So later in the day. You're rolling to June to capture the May cycle. No, I'll probably roll to April. And then if nothing happens by the futures roll date, I'll just sell everything and wait. So buy myself an extra 10 days, 9 days. How can they drop the price down 150 and then continue to hold that price without any yin to that yang? I don't understand how they're able to dodge the upswing for over 3 months. Yeah. I'm not going to say it makes a lot of sense. And that's why we've been discussing the possibility of a margin call, especially with the rules change. Then he pulled back to reiterate it's about market change and not GME price increase. We expect SLD this month like clockwork on the SPY. This month is tricky. I'm not sure how SLD is going to pan out because I know we're moving to the new SLD schedule that's going to start beginning at the end of the month. And I'm not sure if this is the first month that they're doing it. I need to look again. But they're changing the SLD schedule this year, so it's not going to be occurring within the same window as it previously did. I'm not eating a pineapple pizza. Have you ever heard of MMTLP? It's a dividend that I'm sure you've never heard of ever. I've heard of MMTLP. It's the preferred stock for for metamaterials, right? Everyone was discussing it yesterday. Why is your title dupes? I thought they were irrelevant. The old ones are, the new ones aren't. There's a distinction between the two that is not made, and that does not further the advancement of understanding. The ones that expired, probably nothing. The new ones that they made, important. Especially as if we run and then we start seeing the numbers in those deep out of the money puts increase. Which is what will happen if we hit a high volatility event. We will see those Jan 23 puts go up in OI and volume. What do you make of the new hardware they announced for Bitcoin mining? Is the current price a good entry in your opinion? Remember, this is like this is a long-term play if you're interested in it. I liked it a little bit better at 43, but it looks good. Yeah, this is still a solid entry. If the market takes another hit, maybe during the SLD period, though, this could be possibly bought cheaper, especially if you're moving into a large position. That might matter. So if someone were going to hold on to their 318s rather than roll, we would basically be gambling on a margin call. You're gambling either, at that point, you'd be gambling either on a margin call or significant price improvement on 3-3. Or the closing of like total return swaps moving into 310, but that would be after this week. I mean, there's some events to gamble on, but yeah, it would be a gamble. Did Moonman sell a CC? Is that why we're climbing? 160 CC safe. Today's Tuesday. Not. I don't like that range. I'd want to be above 162. There's a potential to risk assignment at 160, possibly. I mean, a lot of things would have to happen, but there is a potential. I mean, if you can buy them back, then it doesn't matter. How's your long leap position in hood doing? I don't have a leap position in hood. Ew. Bradley Mins, thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson, man. I appreciate it. Jimmy Brook 125. Can we have pickles, please? Fine. Are you planning to write any DD on your new thoughts about the Jan 21st obligations that you mentioned earlier? I already did last night. It's over on our Dillionaires. What's up, Grizzled? What confirms we break 125, 126? I mean, we want to move up above 125, ideally. We're above gamma neutral. We opened above it. There should be some hedging from yesterday's 4% increase, so we have a little something pushing against that CNS price action for today, which is good. It destabilizes it. I also have some other theories rolling around in my head right now, but I need to dig into those more. Sus that we're only at 240k volume. Seems like they're doing everything they can to delay releasing volume. Thoughts? Probably internalizing in order to try to shove shit back through CNS that didn't clear the first time. There is something that I guess I really haven't addressed, but I want to, and I mean I have in the past, but I want to address it a little more clearly, as my understanding of what they're doing is a little better. Is when we see these FTD pileups, you know, they're encouraged to use that market maker hedge, right, to suppress the price by buying the puts. And, you know, that drives the price down and forces the margin maker to take the short side of their trade while they cover, right? And so they churn out their FTDs down through these like lower channels. And then at the end of the day, when CNS closes, the price kind of drifts back up, right? Like we've experienced this price action 100 times on GameStop. But I think the reason, or when we see positive price action due to FTDs, there has to be another factor. Not always. If net short FTDs are enormous, then the FTDs themselves are sufficient. But if the net short, net long FTDs are fairly balanced, then pressure needs to be applied to the system. And if we have upwards buy pressure applied to this like channel locked covering, that blows up those put positions, right? And then all of a sudden the market maker is working against them instead of for them. And then also CNS has to compete with incoming buy orders in order to clear out the positions it's attempting to net. And so I think that's when the CNS system becomes most inefficient. And that's why some days when we have an additional catalyst or a little extra interest, we will see those FTDs be covered to the upside. And it's not, I don't think it's just due to the net short volume of those FTDs. I think even if the net short volume is fairly low, as long as pressure is applied to that system, it can drive our price up. And I think yesterday was a very good example of that. I think yesterday we didn't have very many FTDs, but we did have some hedging exposure from last week. And so we saw a little pressure applied to that system and we saw a little improvement in price. I'll think about it. Except expiring FTDs from DOOMPS that expired on January 21st would have been realized yesterday. Today's price action will be from deep out of the money puts entered after close on Friday or at close on Friday when CME settles. Very cool, Pickle Man. Clip it, but win moon. Thanks, Jared. When GME reg show? We need fails, higher fails than we currently have, or at least in our last report, higher than that. They need to borrow more shares and hold them longer. Because up till the 15th, our FTDs per day were topping out at like 187,000, which is about half of what we need to get on reg show. I'm busy with the whole war thing. What's my favorite stock doing? Maybe some ups. Do you think this channel corresponds with our fundamental value? I feel like we're sticking at 115, 125. I mean, that would be a fairly high fundamental value for GameStop currently. Or at least if you're going off of the last earnings report. VIX at 32. Cool. Of course I'm going to stream earnings. Do you believe the true SI is over 100%? It could be in the total return swaps. Are there See, that's tricky. Are there borrowed short positions in excess of 100% of GME's float? Maybe. Are there negative obligations due on GME in excess of the float? Probably. See, when people start talking about like, this is kind of a thing that we've talked about a bunch here, but when people start talking about SI greater than the float, that's presuming that the synthetic shares are just existing in perpetuity. And they don't, right? They're cleared through CNS and then they no longer exist. It may take a while, but you know, eventually they are settled out. So it's possible at any given time, due to derivatives, that there is short interest in excess of the float, but it's only for that window, right? So and after those obligations are cleared, it drops, right? And then it builds back up again, and drops, and it builds back up again. So right now, with the recent shorting, I would say yes. There's a very good chance that there's a significant amount of synthetic short interest on GameStop currently. Victor wants to know if Tesla's dead. What's the spy doing? Tesla looks good. I would watch that resistance at 900. 950, Victor. And I would also watch this rejection because it is relevant. This looks bullish, but this rejection is important. But yeah, the next real resistance is 900. The latest chain of L's that Melvin has taken would be reasonable to think that he might be the one who could have failed. Yeah. Maybe not so much that failed, but got burned. But yeah. Melvin's taken a lot of hits recently, and it's not been good for them. See, that's the illegal part. If there's a run on the stock during one of those windows, boom goes the dynamite. That's what I've been trying to tell people for months. Shrimmy boom. I assume that's why you're still a member, even after all of our arguments. Does XRT being on threshold hurt them in any way at all? No. Is it costing them anything while thresholded, or was it just a one-time cost? I think it was that one-time cost in order to reduce the obligations on XRT that we saw occur back in January 7th when they or January 6th in aftermarket, when they blew off a little bit of that pressure. But once it's reg showed, it's probably ultimately beneficial for them, right? An ETF on reg show is very easy to obtain pre-borrow agreements on. They can continue using it for creation, even though it's on reg show. And it delays the settlement and offsets the settlement. Not only does it delay, it delays and dilutes the settlement of FTDs due to that ETF. So net positive for them to have it thresholded, at least right now, especially with all of these other obligations simultaneously due. When I opened my first restaurant, TGI Pie-Fies, where all we serve is Four Loko on tap and fried pickles, what's your cut? How much to buy you out of the name? Place is likely to be madness. I just don't want to be banned, man. That's all. A lot of people will be diamond handing a bunch of March, April calls that they bought in the money that are now out of the money because of a huge gamma ramp. If there's FOMO on out of the money weeklies. I don't, at 125, I don't know when there would have been too many opportunities to buy calls that were in the money that are now out recently. I mean, I guess if they bought them pre-January, then that's possible. But if they bought them recently, they're either pretty close to back in the money or positive. Like, I know I bought a shitload of calls down here and they're all up. Technically, AMC is similarly as illiquid as GME. No, it's not. Just because of the market cap ratio, but it's nowhere near as illiquid currently. AMC bid ask spread is like 2 to 3 cents. GME bid ask spread is like 30 to 50 cents. There's a significant difference in the liquidity of the two stocks. Now I'm Malone Johnson. Can you tell me to gamble my last $200 before I apply to become a Dan? Sorry, I mean, where can I access Pickles Picks for entertainment purposes only? Pickles Picks are in the Billionaires Country Club on the Discord. So Shirts belongs almost entirely to the call side right now. I'd imagine call buying is continuing to be fairly heavy. Why only roll until April? Why not further out? Because if nothing happens by March 10th, I'm closing it all. I'm not going to continue to carry those positions for an entire quarter for no reason. Tuning in, did you tell your thoughts on Adabit's DD yet? Yeah, we covered it kind of at the beginning. Are people, what do people assume that I'm talking about shares? I never sell my shares. I would never sell my shares. The income that can be generated off of holding them is far more valuable than selling them currently. Do you think the loan recall from Melvin might be a catalyst for a squeeze this month? It's possible, yeah. It's possible that they're just setting Melvin adrift. I mean, it looks that way, especially with Melvin's financials and the pulling that $2 billion back. Appreciate you. Much love from the land of clogs and windmills. Thank you so much, Ryan Blowen. Would you close deep in the money leaps if you had them? You could exercise them. I mean, I don't think this is going to be our lowest price or our highest price for the next 6 months. Thanks for getting your overlords BlackRock to dump some money into Palantir for me, as I asked yesterday. What would Melvin's margin call and demise mean for price action? It depends on how much of a position on GameStop they're carrying. It could be fairly significant. But if that is the case, it's also, you know, it's not really bullish for like a big short squeeze, right? Because if they're cutting them loose, then that means that they no longer pose a risk to them. Remember, they gave them that money to keep them from blowing up their positions. And if they're cutting them loose, that means they're no longer afraid of that eventuality. When re-entry, late May? Yeah, it'd be late May. I'll just trade other stuff until then. Clearing through CNS does affect the price if they don't have sufficient volume to clear through CNS, Jettle. Not fraud. Legal system designed to do exactly what it does. Do they abuse the CNS system? Yeah, but also the provisions that allow them to do so are written in. Usually might have gone long. It's possible. Yeah, I mean, Melvin did open a long fund recently, didn't they? Did they not? Still think Citadel pulled from Melvin before a potential margin call to Melvin. That's fair. Cycle theory officially dead. No, it's not a theory. These are just when shits do. The part of the theory where they were going to cover their obligations has not occurred, which is unfortunate. But it doesn't make things any less due than when they're due. Did people buy options in great enough value or great enough quantity to drive price action? No. They bought options, but the pushback was strong. MC has had around 100 million total shares outstanding in 2020, and now in 2022 have over 500 million. Almost like AMC is deliberately working against a possible AMC squeeze. I mean, they have been since last January, and I think they had 50 million shares outstanding in 2020. TRS happening to the stock. 125 seemed like 180. No. Now that Rumspringa is done, all hail my glorious DD. Thanks, Adabit. If Melvin was margin called and forced bought back in Jan 21, how would they have been getting margin called again? By failing margin. You can be margin called multiple times. You could even be margin called from multiple entities at the same time. Why does it sound like you've given up? Why does me being tired directly affect your bullishness for a short squeeze? Not interested in finding out why and how they escaped their obligations, just giving up and waiting 3 months for May. Oh no, I'm very interested in why and how they escaped their obligations, but that's not data that's available to us. So if the rule change allowed them to slip their obligations for another quarter, then it allowed them to slip it. There's no consequence on offering more shares. Like, can a company just issue as many shares as they want? I mean, they usually have a cap in their corporate charter. Like, GME cannot have more than 300 million shares. If they allowed to slip this time, they'll be allowed next time. Maybe. I'm gonna continue to hold out for the potential of a margin call if today goes nowhere. I mean, today's far from over, right? I mean, we're an hour into market open and everyone's already doing big sads. Um, I don't even expect most of the exposure from January's option stuff to be realized until the 3rd anyway. all that happened here is a bunch of people got hyped up on DOOMPS and most of the DDs miscounted when the obligations are due. So you're freaking out about things that you can't investigate because there's not physical data available to the public. Such a shill. I mean, the timing of the rules is very suspect, but there's no way to tell the reason for it, right? There's no way to tell if it's to protect the current members and they're just cutting Melvin loose or whoever and letting them die, or if they're protecting them from a failure. Oil's doing big things. GME going to sub $40? Not anytime soon. Can you just ask your employer BlackRock should know something? Every time you add the pickles, the stock stops going up and the shorts pile in. Do you think they'd become resistant to our market manipulation? The way I understand it, if the cycles theory doesn't come to fruition, this whole play is in the pooper. If there's no margin call and the price doesn't run, I'm done with options on GME. I mean, I'm not done selling them on GME, but I'm probably done buying them for a bit. The West says, hey girl, the world, we're going to open up some oil reserves to ease the pressure. And the Saudis say, hey, Russia, we like evil too. Let us OPEC more, comrade. Effect on oil equals question mark. That's a lot. CLF doing big things. Yep. We must draw new pickles. Curious. Weirdly shilly in chat today. If this is all shit, why don't you go? I'll go somewhere and else and enjoy yourselves. It's so much more fun to do the other thing though, right? How much have you lost on options in the last couple of weeks? Like 45,000. Of course, if we break 130, I'll make triple that back. Ready to 3-3 to roll? Probably not. I'll probably just roll today. Didn't see your DD. What's Gamma Max today? What was it? I didn't get an update from Yelia, but Brave Vacation gave me one. 150. Coincidentally, I searched on Sugar Daddy, mouth zipped. I'm too cheap to be a sugar daddy. It's amazing how they keep this price locked in this channel for a few weeks. Now something's got to give. I must admit, I've lost a few grand on options, and I'm a slow learner, and I'm not done yet. You're not done losing money yet. I've lost 140,000 since November. Congratulations, man. I was about 162 in the hole before the bounce from 87. Then I was positive 20, which I threw into more options, and now I'm down 45. Elliott Wave guy did a 20K YOLO on 150C weeklies expiring March 4th. What do you think? Sure. I'd like to know where the fuck that guy got $20,000 from. I'm trying to get better at reading candles. Could you talk about the types and why different minute sizes would be used? Usually they say to use Henk and Ashi on a longer time frames, like the 2 or 3 minute, 5 and 15. I use them on the 1 just because GameStop has no volume and it's easier to follow trends this way. There's Henk and Ashi candles just smooth. I mean, there's a bunch of other ones that you can use too that I'd never use. Hollow candles are just regular candles with like volume fills, and then standard candlesticks, which are just like open, high, low, close. Candlestick reading is the equivalent of tarot card reading. It's just horseshit. Yeah, it's from his sister and his parents, like Warden. What are we expecting privacy this week? Why are March 4ths so popular? I'm not sure why people are buying March 4ths right now. Are they popular? Is that a thing? Would it be a fair assumption that there's more day trading going on at these price levels? And would that potentially be helping MMs short hedge funds with their obligations? It could, yeah. But we've always had, I really don't think we have that much volume to imply that there's a lot of day trading going on. I mean, there's definitely no high frequency trading going on. But I would say but there may be a little bit more day trading going on at this lower price. GameStop's fucking a risky day trade. I think most day traders would stay away from it just because its ability to gap down is frightening. How much money would you start trading options with? Back when I was paper trading a lot, I used to try to like test like different account opening values. And so I would test like see how long I could make a $500 account last, or 1,000 or 5,000 or 10,000 or 25,000. I had the most success with accounts $5,000 and up. Below that, it's a little more difficult. I had some, but some got burned. It's hard to build up to that level of capital. But you need to set short-term goals. Like grow the account to 5,000, and then you want to try to target 10,000, and then you want to move up into that $25,000 range where you can get rid of PDT. Once you're at 25,000, if you have a good risk management system, then you're pretty set. You may not make enough money to supplement your job, but you should be able to invest fairly profitably. If we shoot over 1,000, do you think the chain opens up? I mean, it will the next day. Puts aren't a true short though. They're just a synthetic. So when you sell them, the puts de-hedged. It's not like people would be exercising puts on GameStop, right? That's another story because that's selling shares. Is there an outline or a book on how to design a risk management system? 2 to 3%, one if you're very risk averse on any trade. Obviously on a leverage position, you have to scale that up. Count size matters for sure. PDT is vital, but discipline to your own specific system and risk mitigations are absolutes. They are, yeah. So I shouldn't have quit my job to watch your stream and trade GME options with 5K. Sick. Anything interesting on shift search? Probably not, given our price action. But I'll take a look. Maybe just more bullish bets. I keep opening the wrong fucking tab. There we go. Decent amount of money going into March 4th. Some March 18s, some April 14s, some leaps. $100% plus is not normal. When you sell CC is not on GME, how far out do you usually go? Any chance you do a video in your CC strategy? Yeah, probably at some point. I mean, I have different strategies for cover calls for different stocks, but usually 45 or 90 days to expiration. Not GameStop, but other stocks. Thoughts on how NFT marketplace would impact price, rallying cry for shorts to pile in like earnings call, or bullish push by longs? I don't think an announcement of the NFT marketplace would be sufficient. It would need proof of working. So maybe like a quarter after, if it's showing significant profit potential, then we'd see and we might see some institutions come in willing to risk it, but GameStop's already very high risk. Trying that system right now on a practice account with safety is turned one account from 1K to 10 in a day. The rest have blown up. I guess there's a chance. Yeah, so you just need to get to a level where you're consistent. Once we squeeze, I'll start a small account and try out options. Basic risk management might look more like no more than 50% of capital at play at a time. Single trades no more than 5% of capital. Specific max gain loss defined prior to entry. Yeah. That's pretty much it, Segan. Weird stuff just happened on Fidelity. Limit order to close my weeklies didn't fill for 10 minutes. Canceled and replaced order as a market order filled for higher than my limit. Stock price didn't move. Weird. Cat dead? No, just slow. Nice entry. This isn't the current cat chart that I have, but hold on. I have to bring up TradingView because I don't have this graphed out here. 1 second. Bring this back to here and then TradingView. Let's see. So yeah, cat still looks good. And it's in a very nice entry place. Like this is a good entry on cat. Especially if it starts to realize a bounce up into this higher channel. This is like where most of the profits have been taken, are moves from this low channel to this channel. We did get lucky a little while back with this big move up to like almost 130. But yeah, this is a solid entry again. There's been a couple that I've moved in and out of right here. But this entry is phenomenal for the next few weeks, as long as the market continues to at least stay stable. My risk for this is at 180.50. But I already entered like a little bit of a position on cat yesterday. Thank you so much for all you taught us. I'm using your analysis of the liquid stocks and applying it to a liquid cryptos to practice for MOASS. Doubled mine so far today. Awesome, dude. What trading strategy do you use that makes you the most capital consistently or reliably? Obvious risks aside. Oh, I mean, the most consistent capital is probably selling calls or selling puts. That's like most of my income generation comes from selling options. I sell options on a lot of stuff. Palantir, UWMC, Tesla. Apple. I also sell cash secured puts on a lot of those as well. Ironically, I don't really sell covered calls on GameStop, and I should. Just always afraid of that potential for just out of the blue catalyst. Tell us what we really need to know. What's the borrow rate? It was 1.7 this morning. Is it possible that I'm not smart enough to play options? It's possible. Could you guys discuss cat a little daily? What's a quick version of what makes it an attractive stock? It's sort of channel locked right now. It's in a descending channel, but a very profitable one. Long downward channel in the SPY. Does the SPY follow trends and patterns like single stocks? I mean, the SPY is a representation of the basket of stocks that are contained within the S&P 500. Do you have any idea how much exposure CAT has in Russia and Ukraine? I do not. I don't, but I do know that they have government contracts and manufacture engines for the military. They're also just a big lumbering blue chip. I mean, usually not going to lose too much value. It's an attractive investment if, tech and growth aren't doing too well. I love CSPs too. I sell a lot of CSPs on GameStop, which funds a significant chunk of my options degeneracy. What percentage do you shoot for on your option sales? Oh, usually like 1 to 2x on most trades. It depends on the range and my confidence in the momentum. But yeah, usually like 1 or 2x I'm fine with. I guess it should say 1 or 200%. 2 or 3x. Is that you're selling CCs on Craigslist? Yeah, I gotta go meet some guy. Tesla CCs are a free money glitch right now. They tend to be very valuable. And then I really don't care if I get assigned over there because I'm always selling out of the money anyway. Just buy back in. I'm not a big fan of getting assigned in this price range right now where it's trading because that potential for it to move back up above 1,000 is there. And I don't really want to lose 10 grand buying back in. You're good buying or selling calls on UWMC right now. I mean, unless they raise the rates, I don't think UWMC is going to do anything interesting for a while. I haven't even looked at the fucking stock in like 2 months, to be honest. It's not looking great. Cover calls have been awesome, but the stock shit. They have a nice dividend that I think I'm receiving. This is our fourth test. God, our volume's so low today. It's hard to tell if this is just going to be a sustained uptrend on very low, extremely low volume. Or if this is just a head and shoulders. I guess this higher shoulder, it's not even really higher, it's just even. We'll see how it plays out. I bought a cat, but it keeps peeing and pooping, and the feeding is getting expensive. How is this supposed to be profitable? You're doing it wrong. You never know when RC is going to tweet a photo of a dog and a baby stroller, and we go up 74%. No. As a matter of fact, when RC tweets things, I feel like we just go down. All of his tweets have recently just preceded them shorting the stock. How much time do you give yourself on a cat play like this, and why? I give myself, actually, I buy pretty far dated calls on cat just because it moves so slow, and I don't want to burn up a lot of theta waiting for a change in price to be realized. So I usually buy like 45, 90. If I start to see like a confirmed breakout, I'll buy some a little closer. Like right now I have June's, but you know, if it breaks 190, then I'll buy some like April 195s. Yep, 10 cents per share for UWMC. Between the dividend and my cover calls, the positions almost, my cost basis is almost zero. I think I'm getting pretty close. But it's taken a year to shave off my initial entry. If you have 2,000 Tesla, you can sell 5cc a week for around 10K a week in premiums. Very profitable. If you have 2,000 Tesla, you can sell more than 5ccs a week. All right. We're seller boxed. Oh, Jesus. Roland not showing up today. I guess not. What's interesting is we're still seeing the other exposure play out. So we're still seeing this FTD exposure play out. Like January 21st FTDs being realized yesterday. The question with the DOOMPS today is, I would say, still up in the air and still has potential to be realized. But we're not seeing that OPEX volume come in from those closed puts, and that's very odd. Because I would say that even with the FINRA deferment, that needs to be settled now. It already should be settled, as a matter of fact. Do you find the 1 minute candles to be useful? Trade spotting tends to describe them as less significant. They are. I mean, he's absolutely not incorrect. They are less significant. I don't know. I just like watching them. I think it comes from a period when I used to trade faster time frames. But they are absolutely less significant as far, especially if you're attempting to figure out future outcomes. Although they do make the fuckery on GameStop more apparent because of our low volume. It's much easier to track what's going on with GameStop, I think, day to day, like on the intraday with 1 minute candles. Because we can see where they're shorting, what price they're trying to protect, where they're buying. It allows us a little better conceptualization of the way that they stagger their buy orders in order to avoid jumping the bid. Could short hedge funds' recent strategy be to demoralize all the C-suite and new hires being paid in stock? I doubt it. Why? Like what? Why? I'm sure you have the suspicion that RC tweets don't mean anything. I mean, that's a possibility, right? Do you think GME genuinely could go back up to 300? Oh, absolutely. I think if some buy pressure is actually applied to the stock, it can rip. Um, it's still super illiquid. I mean, not a lot has changed in the ability of GameStop to realize price. It's just that no one's covering what they should be covering right now. Like, we're seeing FTDs get settled, but we're not seeing, market maker obligations be settled. It's very odd. It's not something we've run into before, right? Like, we've always had a very good grasp of, when these obligations were due and how they were going to be settled. And that's broken down in just the last couple days. And I think that might be the most significant thing that's happened in the fucking stock for an entire year is why has this obligation settlement broken down all of a sudden? And that could be very bullish or it could be extremely bearish. We'll find out. It's just an unknown, right? If I see a toucan tomorrow, would you like me to send you a photo? Only if it's a secret photo. I think RC tweets keep GME holders interested in hype. They're cryptic enough to keep us holding while he develops the company, which is a long-term, a corporate turnaround like that is not a short time frame event. It's minimum like 2 to 5 years. And I would say he's going fairly quickly. Although, who the fuck knows? It's that lack of forward guidance that I think hurts us the most. And everyone says, he likes to play it close to the chest, but it's also, not good for his show. Like, I mean, I guess his experience comes from running a private company, so it's a bit different. The obligation settlement has broken down because I have attempted to trade it. I agree with what you said about how the significant developments of the past few days are, and they're very quiet. Feels like behind the curtain version of the buy button delete. And it's unfortunate we have no way of digging into any of it beyond the data available to us. Maybe Citadel simply did not want to cover until their shareholder fucking thing was out for the year, their annual report. Although I suspect and continue to suspect that Citadel is not the one as short as people think, at least not the market. The hedge fund, maybe. Melvin, definitely, but Susquehanna, which no one mentions ever, who's huge. I actually don't understand why Susquehanna never gets brought up. They're always like an aside. Susquehanna net short and bigger than Citadel, much. Once I sell my calls to roll the stock, we'll immediately halt and continue to gap up to fill the gap at 280. I've asked before, but I know you get a lot of questions. Could they have covered much before last days of OPEX, like covered on Jan 7 after our run up, or it doesn't work that way? So it doesn't work that way because OPEX is like the gamma exposure, the GEX from OPEX is realized after those contracts are closed. So they can hedge in advance and try to reduce the expression of that gamma exposure, but they can't predict it accurately, right? Like there will be some gamma exposure, and it's and there was no covering of any significant quantity across the entire basket. And that's another way we know, right? Is XRT is still down, still overshort, still thresholded. If they cleared those obligations off of XRT would be up and clear of those obligations with a nice, fat, hefty float and happy shareholders. My suspicion is because Susquehanna is harder to spell. Susquehanna. I mean, it's not that I don't think that Citadel could be short, or that I don't think that Citadel bailed out Melvin in order to protect their positions, but I mean Susquehanna did too, right? It's that Citadel's strategy and in their multi-strategy funds is generally not predatory shorting. That's a very Melvin strategy and like a Susquehanna strategy, but Citadel's a volatility player and a market maker. At least the market maker side of Citadel is. As far as Citadel, the hedge fund, I mean, they could obviously be, you know, like a net short fund or participating in this. Citadel owns a lot of hedge funds. It's not just the one. I think there's like Spotlight or Lighthouse, something like that, is another one of their funds. They have a few. I think one of those articles I had mentions a few of their like smaller strategy funds. Mayo Boy says he's trying to take Citadel public. I mean, if he is, it's a very good indication that there isn't a lot of fraud going on there. The diligence done to take a company public is extensive and requires a disclosing of their everything. The answer is simple. It's Susquehanna who pays paid shills. Citadel is both the MM and a hedge fund. They're the spotlight. They hold the most shorts, including Melvin's. No, Susquehanna's net short assets were higher, 70 something billion, than Citadel's. And also Citadel's net long. Their long assets are long, like they have more long assets at fair value than short assets. Someone posted on SS a summary of Susquehanna like 2 weeks ago, and their poster was removed by Captain Chill. But that's the other weird part is like you say you'd think that like okay, so Citadel's complicity is through the lack of hedging, right? Or that taking on that tail risk on the options chain, but Citadel doesn't write options for GameStop. Like they're not the primary market maker for GameStop's options. I'm having a hard time differentiating ascending triangle bullish versus rising wedge bearish on real charts. On cheat sheet diagrams, it's easy to see, but in real time, not so much. I mean, they're continuation patterns, right? So you're looking for the previous price action to give you an idea of the continuation. So if we took away extended hours here, right, on the 1 minute, and we look, we see an ascending triangle, right, starting back here. Because this is the continuation of this uptrend, right? And then like you see a bearish wedge here, Stefan, as it forms as a continuation of this downtrend. Does that help? Also, the other thing about ascending as an ascending triangle is a commonality in the upper resistance. So it's that bullish push consistently into that upper resistance, whereas a bearish wedge generally won't have that same. It'll usually have like higher highs as it moves up. Interesting. Back to all my things up. Whatever. So no OPEX exposure coming up yet. Do you think more likely that they failed, or the other option in which they have little exposure, aka getting out of their position? Do you think more likely they failed, or the other option they have little exposure? I mean, I think that the ETF flow indicates that the exposure is very high, and that's why this idea of failure is on the table at all, right? Is because we see the obligations cleared, or well, in the ETFs, but yet uncleared. And you know, we're moving into the ETF very, very soon, moving into the ETF's dividend dates here in March. And you know, are they just going to move into that carrying that massive amount of exposure? It seems unlikely. Trusts want to be the bag holders of the dividend, so they'll pretty much have to clear their obligations before. Yeah. There's some room around this, but this doesn't actually look very good. This looks like a head and shoulders breakdown now. Finally, which should bring us to probably around here. We may be able to hold like a little higher, but probably around there. Feel bad when I see theta hitting my calls. Shit. Sorry, the chat keeps moving, Ryan. Can you please tell BlackRock to begin the squeeze? So when Citadel goes public, Jimmy dead? No, not necessarily. Yeah, which Citadel? I mean, I'm referring to the market maker. The biggest part of Citadel. I'm having a hard time differentiating ascending triangle, bullish. Okay, answered that. It's your work. What strategy is best used for building small accounts without margin? Generally, safer options plays because the fast settlement periods. Or at least I found the most success with that. Small in and out option scalping for a small cash account. How do you tell if something is in an accumulation phase? I mean, we're kind of in one. The question is, how long will it extend? Do we know XRT's dividend date? I think it's soon. Turd would know it. I have to ask him. I know it's in March. It's in the next couple weeks for sure. What's a Guybrush? He's a character from the video game Monkey Island. JFresh and JC are pretty obsessed with him, so they got a pickle. Can you recap anything major from this morning for those of us that work and haven't been listening? We're trading at 122.90, breaking down from a head and shoulders. Looks like right about to where I thought we would. We might start to see some recovery now. It doesn't look like we have a lot of FTD pressure, at least. I'm having complete control over every single order for 35 days. Seems unbelievably rigged with regards to options. Expect to move 1 week from now. Fuck you. It's now 3 weeks from now because says so. I mean, to an extent, I think MMs are, obviously pressure can be applied to the systems they find most beneficial as well, right? That's assuming that there's no competition in the market. Stefan. But on GameStop, there isn't. That's the beauty of it. The system is fucked up, though. I do think we could maybe be better off with automated market making instead of having individual entities. Ugh. Do we have a gap at least? Or something down here? Okay. So maybe just go for that. That's a weird gap to fill, but I'll find out from Turd when he shows up. Actually, maybe I can just ask him. Oh, you know what? I can just look. What the fuck I'm doing. Oh, it's not listed. Oh, here we go. It doesn't, I don't know why it doesn't show. Oh. Oh, here we go. Okay. It's not showing up in my brokerage for some reason. March 20th. All right. Thanks, Turd. That's the pay date? Or that's the record date. Is March 20th. Wait, they haven't paid the one for January 4th yet? Is it, am I reading this correctly? What the fuck? Oh, okay. Exhibited is 17th. That's what I thought. So quad witching. I just don't understand why there's no value announced for the Jan 4th. So did they just pay the fucking dividend on the last round? After they thresholded it? Or was the covering we saw before threshold them getting out of paying the dividend? Oh, okay, here we go. 15 cents per share. Dividend income or cash dividend. Record date, ex dividend date, March 22nd. 25th. Okay, that's from last year. That's fucking weird, right? I find that very odd. It just says potential excise distribution. Does reg showing the ETF stop them from having to pay their dividend? That seems arbitrary. Excuse me, sorry. Bull market going down. Headline risk is something. Ooh. I might be exiting my cap position. Well, not yet, but If it bounces, I'm going to buy more. Why is the market doing a sad? Ukraine seeks China's help to stop Russian war. Zelensky addresses parliament. Okay. Interesting. VIX pumping. Yeah, I see that. Curious. No, it's just the market coming down. I don't think it's the gaps. The gaps might provide stability for us once they fill, but yeah, it's just the market dropping. Kyiv struck hard, probably SPY is tanking. You've always said that over time they can get out of their underwater. Sure, it's been a year. The cycles have broken down. Isn't this exactly what you were predicting? I mean, yes, but at the same time, we have to be absolutely certain, right? Before we can move forward with anything else. And I am uncertain because even though the cycle's breaking down, it doesn't appear to, it's not like the cycle was realized to a lesser degree, right? And the exposure that drives the cycle is higher now than it's been for several quarters. So that's the part that doesn't add up. That doesn't look like, you know, the cycles are breaking down and they're out. I know this price psychology is on purpose. It feels like unless we get real buy pressure to overwhelm CNS, low volume sideways volatility will continue, especially if exposure can now be boofed. SPY is due for a bounce or no? It's in a weird choppy range. I think it looks good to bounce over the next few days, but I think this shoulder can break down a little more before it does. So while I think ultimately it's going to end up going up, I think it's going to take a few more days before it starts to move up to this like 442 range. And then I would say if we break below this shoulder, we're going to continue down. So if we break below like 426.50, the market's going to continue to slide. Hmm. The hype day week is a disaster. I mean, I disagree, but I think June was still a bit up in the air, but August and November were pretty spot on. Does March 25th cover a margin call window? Yes, it would be beyond the margin call window. The margin call window, so if the rules change was to offset a margin call, and the obligations were in fact due on the 25th, that would put a margin call at 318. Between now and 318, technically it could happen at any time. Is 30 shares of Jimmy enough to make 500K? I mean, it depends on what the price goes to. Have you read Securities Analysis or The Intelligent Investor, Peasant? How's Lenixis doing? Still full bull? Yeah, but I think he's looking at tomorrow. Tomorrow and Thursday make more sense to me, but and I kind of got to side with Lenixis on that. That's why I kind of outlined that January 26th exposure last night, because they just make more sense. Because the exposure from January 21st, like, even fails, those fails wouldn't be realized for T+2. So I don't really understand the focus on the DOOMPS, and I don't think that even though there is a possibility that some, you know, put call marriage occurred, I don't think to any great extent. It's okay. We have new subs, and people can actually comment there and talk about things. I recall back in December 2021, you mentioned the best opportunity to realize any sort of MOASS was in Jan-Feb. Has this opportunity come and gone, now lowering our chances significantly? I did discuss that. I don't think that the opportunity is gone. Given that all of the exposure for that period was heavily shorted and pushed out, so delayed essentially until this period that we're in now, I still hold out some hope for it. If this period from now through the futures rollover plays out without any positive price action, I would consider that our chances of MOASS for the rest of this year would be significantly decreased, with the only other highlighted opportunity being in June, when the next leap exposure comes due. And that will depend greatly on our price improvement between now and June. Or crazy earnings. It's possible Q4 earnings should be decent. Did you roll your March 18s? End of today. Doesn't Linux post DD anymore? I haven't seen anything from him. He posts on TradingView, I think. What are your thoughts on rolling March 18s? Waiting until the 3rd to see what happens? considering just getting leaps because these cycles feel harder to predict. Yeah, I mean, the breakdown in the cycle is discouraging for shorter term options plays. As far as leaps, not yet. I am going to wait till the completion of the cycle before I move into leaps. You know, I'm still selling cash secure puts, which helps make up for some of my near term losses. But probably at the end of today, I'm going to roll till April. I'm going to give those calls until March, probably March 10th. Depending on price action, I may consider holding them out an extra, 7 days until quad witching, but most likely March 10th. And then I will be closing my long-term call position, and then I'll be waiting towards the beginning of the next cycle when we hit our lows. And then I'll probably move into options again at that point. Until through that period, though, I'm gonna sell options, cash secure puts, and covered calls as we trade sideways or chop downwards if nothing's realized from this. And that should more than make up for the rest of my losses, I think. How do the NASDAQ and the SPY differ in terms of trading analysis? NASDAQ tends to be a little more volatile. One concern with that margin call theory is, wouldn't other institutions already know it happened and would be piling in ahead of that? Not necessarily. I mean, a margin call is just between the lender and the counterparty, right? I mean, they would know, they would probably hear rumors and stuff, and they would pile in, but institutions piling in doesn't look very different than our current price action. Right, we saw last Friday, we saw all those immediately after that rule change, we saw that massive influx of far dated June calls, right? And that's indicative of institutions moving into positions. But that doesn't, like, they don't move into positions in a way where they're going to drive the price up. They don't like FOMO in to the lit market with like market orders, right? They buy limits, slowly moving into their position over a period of time. And that's, I mean, if you look at Wyckoff, that's why they have these accumulation periods. And professional investors buy during those periods. And if you look, I think at my DD from the other weekend, like wiking off, I give an example of the period during which DFE and Cohen and Burry bought into GameStop previous to January's run up. And you get a very good idea of what institutions are looking for when entering a play like this. Should possibly consider rolling on the 3rd if we're capital poor. Cutting it close, but yeah, you could. I mean, you're going to take a little bit more of a hit to theta. I might consider, if capital poor, I might be looking at like just rolling to like March 25th in order to just preserve a little theta. I think the offset could be beneficial. I think a VIX squeeze would trigger around 35 to 37 sustained. I already think that the VIX is kind of in a feedback loop. It just keeps rising. It's not really coming down. I mean, it's bad probably, but it's definitely indicative of a shift in market sentiment. And yeah, if it continues to sustain high levels, a squeeze on the VIX becomes more and more likely. Melvin Capital made a substantial investment in the Van Eck Russian ETF RSX just days before Russian invade Ukraine. The shares are now worth 60% less their original purchase price. Dr. Patel. No one knows if Melvin took the long or short side of that trade, so they could be up 60% too. Why does Linuxus think tomorrow could be big? Do you agree tomorrow could be big ups? So tomorrow is the final settlement of the supplemental liquidity deposits, and also the T+2 realization of January, or the the 35-day realization of January leap exposure. Well, whatever was synthetically covered at the time, right? So January 21st contracts closed. That exposure was due in T+2, which is Jan 25th. They actually didn't cover the exposure till January 26th, right? As we know, they covered on that final morning. But this exposure would be, both of these days would be March 2nd and March 3rd. Along with the closure of the SLD. We're still outperforming the market, though. I think slightly. Just slightly, but yeah. I read up, but no mention of extension past T+2. I don't know. Yeah, this is where it gets murky, is that the OCC really doesn't have any CME and the OCC are really strict on their settlement periods. But because of FINRA's oversight, FINRA can delay those settlements. And so we're looking at like that FINRA holiday and then possibly potential margin failure on the FINRA side that could be extending this further out than we've ever seen before. If you go and look at FINRA's holiday deferment schedule, they have a 501c3 extension and then a 421010G extension. And both of those are, one of those I believe is March 3rd, the other is March 14th. Also, if total return swaps for GameStop short positions were entered last year, and they were only for a year, they would be due right around now. This CME rollover period. So it's intriguing. The next couple of weeks, I think, are going to continue to remain interesting. It's just that our ability to predict what exactly is going to happen is difficult because it deals with a lot of obscure information that we really don't have access to. So on the one hand, we have possible like short squeeze MOASS potential, and the potential is high. And on the other hand, we have bearish outcome, cycles have failed and broken down, and the potential for that is also high because of the price action we're currently seeing. And so we just need to simply wait. And it's the thing that everyone seems to be worst at. If zero to minimal FTDs are covered today, how does this affect the margin call theory? Does it strengthen said theory that short hedge funds were margin called? I just don't think there's that many FTDs due today. I think there's some FTDs due from the entrance to future variance swaps from January 21st after market, so technically January 24th. And then that's it. And that's only like, what, 30 some odd thousand contracts with a fucking delta of like nothing. 40, 50. Let's just take this whole section. 60,000 contracts with a negative delta between 0 and 0.00004. I just kind of inconsequential, right? Like, there's just not a lot of FTDs or hedging due for all of this contract buying. What drives OPEX is not DOOMPS. I don't know what better way to explain that. The thing that drives OPEX is the settling of the sold puts on ETFs and the clearing of those ETF obligations. If you look at the ETF flow, it's extremely obvious. If you look at the correlating put call ratios on GameStop and XRT, it's also super obvious. Like all of that OPEX action comes from a market maker gamma exposure. So everyone's freaking out, but at the same time, someone's holding a big fat fucking bag of exposure that needs to be covered. And it's yet to be cleared out. I mean, we can see that in the price action both on XRT and GameStop. Should I Wyckoff before every trade? I mean, if it helps you maintain a clear thought process. Which do you think has a higher probability of being true? Aliens are real, and the US government has a facility with real alien spacecraft, or two, GME to 1,000 in 2022. I mean, statistically, the aliens, right? Because just the scope of the universe infers that there would be intelligent life elsewhere. Maybe both. Maybe I tried to answer that too seriously. I was like really trying to think about like how common aliens are in the known universe. If I look at August 20th to September 14th and look at Feb 4th till now daily, August 20th to September 4th. Are you talking about like this? August 20th. Yeah, I agree. But then the question is it August 20th to September 4th? Or is it this? And really we should use other candles to look at this, but is it simply this period, right? Is it this climb into a dip, into a climb into the futures, right? I understand that obligations have been met, but they haven't. But the gamma obligations, like those are FTDs, but the gamma obligations aren't being cleared. I don't disagree with that. I do realize that. I mean, the majority of FTDs have been consistently cleared when we expected them to be. Right? We ran on the 24th. We ran on February 1st. We ran on February 8th. Like just right when we expected to. Not a lot, but we ran. New Super Sonic TD. Pickle exclaims that aliens are more likely. Jimmy Shirtsey's confirmed shill. DRS the only way. Thanks, Turd. I am a confirmed shill now. I've been ostracized. I can say anything I want. As long as we outperform the market by 0.01%, I'm zen. It's better than underperforming. For this part of the cycle, what date ranges are of interest until end of this week? I think till end of this week, the second and third, I don't really expect anything from the fourth at all, which is Friday. Next week, the 9th and 10th. And then after that, the 14th. After the 14th, not a lot of confidence in anything beyond that. Excommunicated. More accurate. I've been telling everyone you're a shill since you started streaming. Can I get a trophy for being proven right? Not yet. Not until I get my fucking Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship. No confidence in earnings. I think earnings can be good once they're announced. Got to know when they are, right? The last 3 earnings have been before the CME rollover period. Post MOASS, would that make you a shillionaire? Maybe. Herpa derpa. So basically wait and see if they maybe cover now through March 10th. Waiting to see if they found a way out of OPEX. And if nothing by March 10th, wait until May for next OPEX. Well, provided they continue to load up these ETF shorts. If they don't, then, you know, like if we don't see the action leading into OPEX that drives OPEX, then we wouldn't be looking for an OPEX date, right? The reason that we're looking and continuing to look for an OPEX date this cycle is that we see the ETF flow, we see the massive amount of put buying on XRT, we see, you know, the price action in relation to GME and the other basket stocks that all indicate that exposure still has yet to be covered. For real, 15 months ago, I'd never bought a stock before. Today, I'm managing an options position that is more than just a YOLO. Thanks for everything you taught us. Thanks, Benda. But I heard from haters that you have to hype every single day to keep those donations rolling in. But for some odd reason, I'm hearing you not hyping dates. I mean, I've never understood that because out of all the DD writers, I feel like I've always had me and like maybe a handful of others like Gaff I've always had like the most realistic bearish take on GME price action. And as new information has come in, I would say that like I've been less and less hype. I'm hype on other shit. I'm hype on the fucking VIX squeezing, but it's okay. Cults usually face persecution. This is beneficial to the cult members as it gives us a persecution complex, which unites us and makes us more entrenched in our beliefs. Praise be the Lady VWAP. If you accept Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship, I will cancel my Pigeon Wheel status. You will turn into a full YouTuber who shills his own merch. Why do I have to get merch? What do you have to do for a raid? Don't you just have to play like Raid Shadow Legends commercials every 10 minutes? If they don't mention DRS in the next earnings, can we spam SS with DRS wasn't in the earnings call? That should tell you everything you need to know. I love how instead of being like materially relevant, DRS in the earnings call is instead like a secret call to action. It's like somehow they've fully dodged Occam's razor. Man, I cannot get rid of this is like 3 days now, and I just have this like tickle right here in my throat. And it's destroying my life. Gaff is full bear. I mean, he still has 5 shares. I wouldn't say Gaff is so much full bear as he does not think MOASS is something that the system will allow. Especially not, you know, the MOASS people talk about. Which is a fair assessment. It's reasonable, and you know, it should be taken into consideration when doing any kind of analysis on GameStop. If you assume everything, then it's very hard to find the truth. When MOASS occurs and the price is in the tens of thousands in the early stages, do you think normal people will FOMO into fractional shares? I mean, who knows what people will do at that point. What will VIX squeeze do for Jimmy? That could be very interesting, actually, because of the variance swaps held on GameStop. It's not COVID. I've been tested. Where's James Rowland? I don't know. He told me to wait for today. He was very emphatic that I should be waiting for today. Just wait for March 2nd over and over and over again in the chat. He's not banned. Although I'm sure he's telling people he is. He was timed out, I believe, for spamming chat. Occam's razor has slowly lost market share to Gillette 5-blade tinfoil edition. Keep throat lozenges nearby. Ooh, that might be a good idea. Calls on Celestial Tea Throat Kit. Make a hot toddy. I think the astronaut suit was someone messing around, but they realized how crazy the people on Reddit were about it, so they pulled it back. Pull back anything MOASS related. Maybe. Have you seen an allergist? I used to have that cough for like 15 or 20 years. I mean, I have allergies, and my neighbor's dog is not helping the situation. It's not. It's just really dry. I need to, you know what I need to do? I need to get a humidifier because the forced air heat is drying me out like a fucking piece of jerky. Is it possible all these FTDs just got deleted? I mean, that's not how that works. Are you talking about 08? That was a bit different. It was packaged up into long-term debt. The Fed is more than happy to come in and loan money. Remember, consolidation of power. Some Rikula. Let me tell you about this game, Stream Raiders. We could have a battle on here every 30 minutes, and if you get enough followers, you can get custom units in game and get a cut of us buying the skin. What? I feel fine. Like, I mean, my eyes in pain and my throat is dry, but like the rest of me feels okay. How do I feel about Cat? I mean, I'm watching it. If it bounces on 180, I'm buying 185s. If it drops below 180.50, then I'll probably start closing some positions or some positions that are at a greater loss. We sometimes have our eyes slightly open in REM. Interesting. I think sometimes I just sleep with my eyes open. Have you thought about getting an air purifier to clean the air and mild humidifier to get a little bit of more moisture? That combo could work. I have an air purifier, but yeah, I should probably get a humidifier for my room. At least when I'm sleeping. Are you in a multifamily? I mean, I'm in an apartment building. That's what I did this morning was I have eye lubricant and I put that in, but the fucking light was blinding me. Why is crypto pumping? Who gives a shit? People are fucking Russia's probably trying to hide their money. The oligarchs are trying to get out. You think people are all over the $1 million floor hype? No one mentions it, but I think we've mellowed out and we'll be happy with 5 figures a share. I mean, I still think the potential for a squeeze beyond those numbers is possible. I don't think it would be possible in a way that presents systemic risk or a contagion to the market. But I do think that some people could realize numbers far higher than that. Like I am willing to consider that possibility. I just think that like thinking that everybody's gonna, you know, sell the peak perfectly in a short squeeze is ridiculous. Have you sold your 318s already? No. I'm in the Northeast. Don't underestimate the potential of share lockup during a short squeeze. And GameStop has a very big chunk of its float locked up. Why don't you sell CSPs on cat? Because it's in a descending trend, and so its bottom is uncertain. I rode puts down on the last drop from the peak. I bought them when it was trading at like 218 at 210. But yeah, I'm not selling CSPs on it. A, because I don't want to buy 100 shares of cat and then be forced to sell covered calls on it. And then B, yeah, the descending trend means that you have to sell them kind of short term and keep trying to like undercut that low. Because if I was selling them, like I don't want to get the shares, right? So I'd just be trying to get premiums. On GameStop, if I see like intra-week like extreme low, I'll just sell a bunch of cash secure puts because, you know, if it hits it, I don't care if I buy them. What is share lockup? Meaning that there is a large chunk of GameStop's shares outstanding, well, free float that cannot be actively traded in the market. because they're DRS'd. SEC report said that GB still had over 100% short. How can an short hedge funds get out of that with minimal price action? Makes no sense. I don't know what about the last year tells you that we had minimal price action. CAT, after moving negative 12.7% or more over a 21-day period, the stock rose 78% of the occasions in the next 21 days. It's pretty reliable. Thoughts on risk reward on theta loss if rolling March 18 sees tomorrow versus end of day today? Is theta loss a worthy expense for potential salvage of upward movement? That's something you have to weigh. It depends on the size of your position. For me, it's not. I have a lot of contracts, as you know. So, but if you have a smaller position, you're not losing as nearly as much theta per day from the total value of that position. So compared to Jimmy, CSV is not desired on CAT, mainly that you don't want CAT shares, but more GME shares you're good with. Makes sense. Thanks. I mean, it's also because CAT is in a descending channel. So CAT is realizing new lows, right? And so you have to sell very short-term cash secured puts because you don't want to get assigned, right? Unless you want to get assigned. But yeah, so it's the combination of the fact that I wouldn't want shares of Caterpillar and the descending channel that make cash secured puts kind of risky. You could sell a bear credit spread. Minimal price action compared to actual short squeezes, where price went much higher than 300 with much less short percentage. Fair. I mean, you're just comparing VW though, right? Short squeezes are extremely rare, so trying to compare them to each other is difficult. That looks like an inverted head and shoulder on the 1 minute chart. No lie, full truth. This sort of, I mean, we've got like a bullish reversal. I wouldn't really say we have a defined shoulder here. I would just say that this is a bit of a bullish reversal, but it's consolidating. It's not continuing to push up. So the continuation is bearish. Maybe you could sell a bear credit spread. I have no interest in safety risks of helping a bear apply for a Discover card. IBCare gives you a weird interface and very limited dates if I try to use options for the VIX. Do I need a margin account? No. Should just be standard options. I can buy them here. I don't know why I don't know why. And the interface is weird because it's an index option. Where's head and shoulders? Probably close near 124. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we'll see a bounce. Maybe not 124, but maybe back up to this like 122, 123 range. If we go out here to the 1 hour, yeah, we fell a little bit below, but I would say that this lower trend has some leeway. This upper trend now looks far more confirmed up here, though. If I adjust for that earlier test, I mean, that almost lines up perfectly. Where the fuck did this come from? Just delete it. Actually, this looks very good. I mean, from a technical sense, this looks very good for a breakout tomorrow. And I wonder if the same is true for the SPY. It is. A little, here's what I don't like on the SPY is there's a little less confidence in that move. See, as we have like the lower highs here. And so we're getting almost more of a descending wedge on the SPY. It could just still just be consolidation, like just the beginnings of a downward trend. This is tough. We'd have to see how this plays out over the next couple hours. Like if it bounces and reverts nearer to like 432, that would indicate further consolidation. But on GameStop, it looks way more bullish. This looks like a strong continuation of this dip. So if GameStop bounces and we can close out the day at least moving up a little into a test tomorrow, we could see a potential breakout. Obviously, you know, technical analysis not the most reliable on GameStop, although the days right before we do see a breakout, we generally do start to see the formation of bullish trends as that buy pressure starts to mount. PPT is here. Have no fear. I never should have told people about that. Have we seen this significantly large portion of your money is invested in a small number of investments? Be aware that GME makes up 31% of the value of your portfolio. Me, it used to be 100%. Have you ever heard of Upstart? Yeah. Uptrend since Feb looks promising. I'd imagine it looks like the rest of these. Yeah, it's just doing the same shit everything else is doing. High short position, similar to GameStop in a way. Low float. It realized much higher value not long ago, but it lost a lot of it. But yeah, it's climbing back, and it's at a good point for a move to the upside. But if our bear market continues, you have to remember things are just going to keep continuing down, and value is going to be driven out. So even though, you know, things always look cheapest at the top and too expensive at the bottom, it's hard to say. I think a lot of, especially tech companies like this, are going to be relying heavily on, you know, the overall market action. I mean, even Apple is down. Like no one's immune right now from the prevailing like macroeconomic trends. So there's a shoulder. To confirm my understanding, theoretically, if I was happy to put in a limit order for 100 GME at a price of $90, selling a CSP at $90 strike is a superior method to achieve the same thing. Yes. Significantly. And then if not, you know, you just get 100, you know, you just get the premium. Am I shadow banned? You are not, Mo Money. You are, I can see you. Jimmy margin calls, insane floor price. Jimmy MOASS, no floor price. MOASS, finger, cuz. Do you think the next earnings report will be positive? I think it'll be better. Do they have options with 1,000 or 10,000 shares in the underlying? No. Like, talking about like futures or swaps or greater leverage. How was I being mean? Who was I mean to? Check the 4-hour for inverse head and shoulders. I know where it is. I'm well aware, Zakir. I was just looking at it. Of course I'll stream earnings. Still will probably be negative EPS. I mean, you almost hope so, right? Because you still want them pumping money into growth. So if Melvin was indeed margin called and Citadel pulled their money off, this is bad news in terms of MOASS. No. It's good and bad, right? It's good in the idea that a margin call, a large margin call, may occur on GME. It's bad in the sense that the entities that were protecting Melvin may no longer feel that Melvin's position poses a threat to them and have now cut them off. Right? They bailed Melvin out to protect themselves. That was very obvious. I'm not mean to anybody. I think I would venture to say that I'm very nice to everyone. Or at least I think I am. I'm not sure why people are so fixated on good earnings. It's expected with the holidays. We should be hoping for some guidance. Yeah. Which might draw institutional interest. I want some fucking guidance. I do. I think it's about time. We may not get it to the shareholders meeting, but it's soon. At what price do you think oil will cause a crash? It'd have to go way higher than it is now. Thanks so much. Came to learn about GME, instead learning invaluable amount about financial management for when this is all over. I hope so, Adrian. What if instead they're throwing Melvin under the bus? I mean, they are, right? They just, if that's the case, that's exactly what they're doing. But remember, in January they bailed out Melvin to protect their own interests, right? They didn't do it out of, you know, generosity. And if they're pulling that money back from Melvin now, that means that they don't give a shit what happens to Melvin anymore. Melvin no longer poses a risk to them. Gherkin is only nice after 2 a.m. You know it. I feel nothing but love from Gherkin. What's a realistic price for Jamie? Like, you mean just like a fair market value? Like, what should GME be trading at based on its fundamentals? Are you sure you want to know that? Currently? Not future speculation, because we have no guidance, right? So you can't comment on that. I would say between 80 and 120. If we had some guidance and some, you know, plans in place, it could trade higher. If those plans were being realized, we could trade even higher than that. I don't have a lack of faith in the future valuation of the company. Lots of weekly options being bought today, both calls and puts. Yeah, it's picking up pace. It's not a lot, but it's decent. Volume's high, but the cost is low. Melvin had a year to do something with that cash infusion. Fair. Yeah, definitely. It's not worth $20. That's for damn sure. You're not mean. I'm sorry for the confusion. Thanks, Bithead. That's too high in my opinion. FMV is around 40. Speculative AMV is around 80 max. But you can't discount the amount of interested shareholders, Gaff. You have to add some value for that. Retail does in fact hold the valuation in the stock, even if its fundamental valuation is lower. When selling CSPs, have you ever lost money from the price going a good bit below your strike and then being assigned? No, because if you're assigned, you're just buying the shares at the strike. GameStop right now should be $2,400 based on what? Huge amount of call buying the last couple of days almost makes you think that the move to the upside is imminent. Violent upside potential. I think it indicates some institutional interest. Not the weeklies being bought today, but the massive amount of January or June calls that were bought Friday does. So if I sell a CSP of GME for 90 and I have 9,000 in my account, there's no way that it can go wrong. Essentially, that's why they're like the lowest level options. Or can multiple people buy my CSP contract and I could, no, you don't care about that. Sorry, hold on. I missed the rest of the question though. So whoever the counterparty is to that can put those shares onto you at $90 a share. The potential loss would be if the price drops way below that and you're buying shares at a higher price. No, you're just on the hook for the one contract. You're not on the hook for, if that contract is then traded or volume occurs on that contract. And I've had CSPs where, our Friday close was like a few bucks below and I've not even had it been exercised. So rare, but it happens sometimes. What if Citadel offered money temporarily because they knew the market would dip, allowing the closing of positions to begin at a lower price? And now that time is upon us, they want that temp loan back. That's possible. Weren't there massive call buys previous weeks with no price movement afterwards? It's happened, yeah. Question your valuation of GME. 8 billion in revenue, all long-term debt, 1.6 billion cash, 500 million in inventory, shares outstanding equals GME currently undervalued. No. I mean, as far as institutional investors consider, it has no future valuation because it has no there's no direction. Like no institution is going to take that valuation of GameStop and run with it. Have you considered how high GME will go because computer share will go down during MOASS and those shares won't be sold? Like I said, share lockup can have an effect. on a short squeeze. Could you please help me understand how the SPY impacts GME's price action? SPY down equals GME down, SPY up equals GME up, generally speaking. I mean, for the most part, but yeah, active investment funds that are tracking, you know, broader indexes, GME part of the Russell 1000, which, you know, tracks, it has Apple in it and some other big companies that also track the SPY. So you're just seeing a broad market correlation occur. But it's not causative. It's not like this the SPY goes up means GME goes up necessarily. The only guidance we had is the agreement with IMX. Yeah. Even taking into account sentiment or C-suite of Fortune 500 execs or IP. I mean, I'm not going to get into it. As far as IP goes, there's really none to consider right now, at least until they announce the NFT marketplace. We're talking about a valuation of GME today. We're not talking about a valuation of GME after all of these things are maybe realized in the future, right? I wouldn't own the stock if I didn't think it had future potential. I would just have options, right? They do seem weird. Still only 80K available to borrow. Yesterday above 300,000 at one point. Fidelity went up from 0 last night to 447,000 this morning. Remember when Spurt was a thing? That was fun. What if GME pushed their earnings back so they can release the NFT marketplace around that time? It's possible. If you were making a play on AMC earnings and banking on a pop tomorrow, would you buy shares or weekly calls? Calls. Any fundamental based valuation on GME right now is complete speculation due to lack of guidance and no dividend. It's a growth stock without guidance. Shrugs. Yeah, exactly. On track for record low volume. Maybe. No. We've seen lower. So I thought that I'd gotten an email about my submission, but not yet. I just got like a power up notification. So hedge funds buying massive June calls doesn't exactly mean they expect the price could go up then, but that it could go up sometime between then and now and then. They just have small theta. Yeah, I mean, generally big institutions take longer dated call positions anyway. The only reason they mentioned IMAX was for people to buy into that crypto, thus raising capital for GME. That's when GME has announced their earnings date. They usually don't until like the week before, which if it's going to occur before the CME roll date would be sometime this week. If it's going to occur towards quad witching, then we probably won't hear an announcement until probably between the 7th and 11th. Jimmy's delayed the announcement of their earnings to like the week before for the last 3 quarters. I don't expect them to announce earnings yet. It's not like we're in a period where it's like, where's earnings? Relax. I think it's obtuse to consider Jamie having no direction. Ryan Cohen specifically said buckle up being the direction of GME. Why is this guidance so important? Because people want to know what they're doing with the money. They want a confirmed plan of we're taking this money and we're doing X, Y, and Z, and we expect these things to be completed by this date and time, and we expect this to increase our revenue by X, and that's what investors want to hear. They want to know that, you know, they're not just sitting on a pile of cash and doing nothing. And they want to see the actions being taken to push forward those objectives. So does this cycle end near earnings report? And then so this quarterly cycle, all of it, the FTDs, the OPEX, and the futures potential roll or fail, or just almost like roll or inaction, all are fully complete by March 17th. After March 17th, there is no directional pressure on GameStop until the next OPEX date, which is what begins these quarterly cycles. Shilly vibes in here. I don't like the tone at all. If you can't see the future of Jamie, I can see it, but I'm not. Monster Buddy, you're taking totally the wrong approach to this. I believe in the future of GameStop. I believe in their entry into e-commerce. I think Ryan Cohen knows what he's doing in that field. I'm intrigued by the idea of the NFT marketplace. I think their closure of retail stores over the next couple of years is going to be very good for their bottom line. And I see their potential in becoming a competitor in the video game distribution industry. But we're looking at a fair, reasonable assessment of GameStop as we see it today from an institutional standpoint. And I'm giving it to you. If you don't like it, I don't fucking care. That's what it is. This is how institutions view GameStop as an investment. This is not the speculative bullishness of a retail investor. This is the cool, calculated risk assessment of a large fund. The VIX call is printing. Congratulations. I'm not pushing dates. This is just the cycle. This is when it ends. They're just due dates. It's not a pushed date. I didn't say anything's happening by this date. I'm saying this is the time frame in which things can occur. I'm simply highlighting an area of opportunity for price improvement. That does not mean it has to be realized. Wallace Lockhart. I found your collab with Micro After Dark really interesting. What was your thoughts after the talk? I really enjoyed it. It was nice. It was nice to talk about Jimmy on a little bit more technical level. I'll be releasing the video today at 5 p.m., 8 p.m. If you guys want to watch it. I see a lot of opportunities for GameStop that extend beyond even what people have talked about, and markets that they are uniquely positioned to enter. I definitely don't. I'm definitely not bearish on the future of GameStop. You know, I have 5x shares and have only ever added to that position. So don't fucking tell me who's bullish on GameStop. I'm not talking about, that's not what we're discussing. We're not discussing bullish sentiment, Monster Buddy. We're discussing the how large institutions view GameStop as an investment in relation to the question, why aren't large institutions piling into GameStop? You didn't even ask the initial question, and yet you're commenting on the answer. Where are the 300 million ETF FTDs that include GME? I think this is an elephant in the room, and I don't think it's getting enough attention. It's got to be either crime or failed margin call, correct? Yes, but also I don't think they're due yet. I think there's just a misunderstanding in the way that these days are being accounted for. And that's why I wrote the DD I wrote last night, so maybe everyone can get in line, and not necessarily in line, but everyone's, you know, at least counting the days properly for these cycles, because I think we need like a standard, because so many people have, I mean, this is what's been the problem with T plus X theories since the beginning, is that everyone has their own version of how these dates need to be counted and how Reg 204 and Reg T apply to these failures. And I think some standardization of the approach, it would be very helpful in analyzing the data. You mentioned earlier you had some theories you were working on, but didn't feel comfortable sharing yet. Are you comfortable yet? Obviously not, or I would have shared them. Just stop typing and listen, my guy. Speaking out about institutional investors expect from a stock is not the same as retail investor sentiment. Yeah. Grizz, dude, thank you so much for re-upping the pigeon whale status. I appreciate it, man. Hit me up on the Discord if you need me to get you re-added to the Royal Pigeon Whale Society for the advancement of cooing and other lofty goals.
It's a motherfucking pigeon whale. I scream certainty. $100 a month supporting Pi 5 stream. Pigeon whales cool.
I only have a fractional share, and I'm more bullish than you. Thanks, Melvin Capital. This is the same dude who was trolling your Discord for 12 hours yesterday. I mean, I don't know about that. No one notified me. I wasn't paying attention. You know, if you guys are having issues in the Discord, feel free to tag me, or the moderators to have it dealt with. But Monster Buddy's been here a long time. He's a little more against the grain of I would say the rest of this community and his faith in DRS, and a little more sold on the narrative on SS. But I mean, I don't think he's like a bad person or a shill or anything like that. I think he's here just to learn like everyone else. Same dude that was so for the roll fail portion of the cycle ends 317. If there's in fact a margin call currently happening behind the scenes, what date call should ideally capture that as well? I'm moving out to April. That way I can just, you know, kind of hold through this period and see what happens. If it fails, you know, then I'll just sell out of the position, close it down, eat the loss, and move on into a strategy of selling cash secured puts and covered calls until the next cycle comes up. Refuel, if you will. So given your current analysis of where GameStop stands as of today, it would be to say that you currently think GameStop will likely possibly be squeezing today, right? Or did I misunderstand? I think you misunderstood. I don't think GameStop's squeezing today. I think we'll be lucky if we can end the day at or slightly above 125. I think the obligations that people were expecting to be due today are probably going to be due tomorrow and the next day, just based on when those obligations are settled, generally speaking. After that, I really don't see any potential for price action unless return swaps or forward contracts are closed before the roll date on March 10th. There's other ETF FTD kind of dumps coming up in the remainder of this cycle, specifically on March 9th and 10th and 14th. Are key days for ETF FTDs. We still have an unrealized very decent amount of unrealized gamma exposure that has yet to be cleared. I think yet to be cleared on the stock. And so I'm very interested to see how that plays out in the next couple days, but we're definitely entering a period of a little bit of unknowns because of the rule changes last week. There is no way to tell if those rule changes benefit us or are a detractor from our current position. So in your analysis, when are the 30 million ETF FTDs due? I have to look at Bob's data. Which I'm not sure I have right here. Give me a second. Because here's my problem is I don't know how Bob's counting those. I know he's not using the same system that I am. I have to talk to Bob later today if he's around. He might be. He's usually pretty busy. But if he's around, I'll try to get with him and Turd. Maybe I can get them in a voice chat, and we can look into that, and I might have an answer for you. But not today. I can say that much. Maybe I'll have a better answer for you later today or tomorrow. Because I want to make sure that we're all like kind of on the same page, and at the same time, I try not to do that because I don't want like bias corrupting the research, right? So like, I really don't like the idea of tying everyone's shit together because then it kind of creates bias, right? When everyone's on the same page, they're all looking at the same thing and can all be equally wrong. So, but I will because now it is come and gone. Let's see if we can reassess and figure out where it actually lies. And don't forget that we still do have the rest of today on 1269 and we can still see upwards price action. Wait, I have a clip button at the bottom of the video player now. Do I have the power? You do, guys. Feel free to fucking go nuts with that clip button. Clip shit, post it, whatever makes you happy. It depends on the scope of their position, Pirate Angel. I have no idea. This is the Pi-Fi signed up for. Jerry. Thanks, Mark Baptiste. I hear Gord futures are a good hedge against city market. Don't worry, my membership was not interrupted. I just got a new credit card. I forgot to update the information. I figured. Please take this, you wonderful, beautiful pickle man. Thank you so much. Beautiful, beautiful pigeon whales. Love you no matter how much we disagree. Thanks, monster buddy. Try not to be such a troll in the Discord. Try to have good conversations, productive conversations, instead of just pissing people off. I know you're not trying to, and your outlook on Jimmy is just different, but just you're not going to get anywhere. You know, talking down to other people's beliefs, right? It's much better to support your analysis with facts. You just start doing the opposite of what you say to throw the hedge funds off. People keep DMing me about that. Like, should you be telling people about this because they're watching and then they're gonna know? And I don't think they bother. Do you think I'm a bad person? No. Why? Are you? Are you? No. I do not, Trina. Would a MOASS type event, to the extent everyone is saying it will be, would it completely tank the markets? I mean, yeah, if GameStop went to $69 million a share, it would destroy the fucking foundation of our economic system. Are you skipping a roll to 325 and just rolling to April instead? I think so. That's kind of where my head's at. I might roll some of my like out of the money shit to 325, but probably not. I don't like rolling to weeklies. I really don't like weeklies. Especially with a speculative options play. I don't want to deal with like a liquidity crunch and I can't fucking sell my calls. I've seen some statements from JPM, etc., saying that they're bullish on metaverse and crypto long term. Institutions coming around slowly. Yeah. Jimmy could begin to feel more comfortable offering guidance now. Okay. Let's see it. I want to see some fucking guidance, right? So are all the March 1st predictors going to get banned from SS2? No, just me. What would happen if no one bought contracts anymore? Like nobody? Volume would stop. Is the chart even moving? A little bit. We just a little tap on VWAP. So if whether or not we're moving out of the S&P 400, and if our market cap stays this low, we might get shifted back to the R2K and the S&P 600. That's one of the theories I'm speculating on, is that some of this push to drive value out of GameStop is in an effort to get us back into those previously far more liquid ETFs that we were once in. A little support, significant pressure remains. That's fair. Why did you turn your right arm into a blue square? Oh, that's the place order button. That's not my right arm. Here. Is that better? You're happy? You don't like the button? God, I hate you, Dr. K. Can JFresh post DD for you on Superstock now? Only seems fair. Why would I want my DD on Superstock? Keep up the good work. Thanks, DBRA SCO 18. I appreciate it. Hold on. I need to get a water. Give me a I'm just a little short on being able to roll my calls to April. Is it a bad idea to take a little bit of a chance and sell a few shares to get the money I need to roll? I mean, I'm not going to recommend that anybody sell shares. I don't think selling a long-term share position in order to gamble on options is a good idea. What contracts are you looking at? April 150s or something closer to the money? I'm just gonna move my current like 130 through 320 position out. That's it. I already have some April 200s and 510s. I have no idea how the clip function works. We're analyzing the stock as much as the manipulation. Yeah. The April monthlies, April 14th, I believe. What's the point of paper trading? Not losing money while you learn how to trade? If you're in it for the rush, Ken, I'll tell you right now, you'll more than likely fail. What's AMD doing? Ooh. Hmm. I actually like this bounce setup, provided it bounces. Might buy some more AMD. Don't think about that one. Show me the guidance. Thoughts on the Citadel report? They're a successful hedge fund. Market maker. Sorry. No, we don't need to keep buying contracts because institutions will continue to buy contracts. But he said what would happen, or you said what would happen if options trading on GME were to cease. I mean, you can look at DDS as an example of that. I mean, you can see, yeah, you can see that guy who's bored, and just like the average comments on Super Stonk per day. Thanks, Windmill. I missed a Ko-Fi while I was gone. I don't keep food in the bathroom. I keep my nut mix right here next to me. And it's a giant nut mix. Like, it takes me quite some time to run out. Dr. K. I don't want to click this. It's just a clip. I don't even know how that works. It's cool. Top post on RSS is kind of funny. Users down 70%, and a lot of the comments are like, it's not bots leaving. Purple rings make the sub worthless. Raytheon Lockheed ripping. I believe Turd said last night, based on the chart provided by Chumpop, that Jamie's calls outweigh puts right now for the first time since December 2020. They do. Thank you for the secret, Toucan. It's greatly appreciated. There's posts speculating that the drop in users on Superstock was because of the DOJ investigations and not that they actively suppressed good DD. Jesus Christ, man. The internet can really concentrate crazy in one spot, can it? Are you eating the extra fancy nut mix? No, it's my own personal nut mix that I craft from a variety of nuts. And I'm constantly adding new nuts and exploring different flavor profiles for the handful. And I weigh it out by gram, by mass. And I try to create, my ultimate goal is to ensure that every handful of nuts has the perfect flavor profile. It's difficult, I'm not gonna lie. Have you averaged down your Palantir, or are you just selling CCs until you get assigned? Yeah, just selling CCs. I haven't ordered the key lime pecans, but I am considering adding them. Can confirm I left SS because of the DOJ investigation, coincidentally on the same day you were banned. SS also proposing that Roland is one of your alt accounts. Why would I ever bother having 2 Reddit accounts? Are we crazy for following the stock for over a year? There's nothing I would rather do than watch a GME chart for 7 hours a day and then scroll Reddit on weekends. No. I'm sure Burry watched the fucking mortgage default rates for 2 years. What happens if retail DRSs the entire float, all 70 million shares? One second. Sorry, guys. All right. Do you think you have OCD? No. Just like nuts. Achieving perfection in something is not obsessive. No, it can be. It's not compulsive. Plot twist. Pi-Fi is actually FX hedge. Do you ever think about if all of RSS bought 0.5 to 0.9 delta leaps, we'd MOASS? Yeah, that'd be cool. I don't think Citadel's report looks like they're about to fail at all. I don't know, maybe maybe the report I'm looking at is a different one. I think people are just drumming up negativity against the big bad guy without actually reading any of the information. I'll rename my Reddit account to DRS Init and just regurgitate your daily TA and add a purple circle to the header. And I'll post your TA on Discord and have it deleted. DRS may or may not do something MOASS related. No one knows, but it definitely won't cause someone to get called away from their shares while selling CCs because they're inexperienced. Agreed? I don't think DRS is going to do anything. DRS at 100% of the float would simply prove that 100% of the float is owned by retail. I don't know why on the way to 100% the shorts wouldn't just simply exit and do something else. If they thought they were even remotely at risk for that happening, which they don't, because a lot of people that currently own GameStop would have to sell all their GameStop to retail. Again, there is not some large synthetic float permanently existing outside of the float of GameStop. That those synthetic shares are settled and netted off through CNS every day. Billions and billions of them on stocks all across the market. When we must, if you divide the time we spent watching the stream for a year by the profits made, the ROI for amount earned per minute will be comparable to an average NBA NFL player per year. Citadel's report shows they're continuing to dominate as a market maker. They've reported extreme growth year after year, even in the face of COVID uncertainty. Liabilities are not inherently bad. Yeah. Yeah, they're fucking their annual report does not strike me as the annual report of a fund at the end of its ropes. People have registered an entire float before, yeah, and nothing happened. That's correct. Oh, they got to listed. It's unlikely that would happen with GameStop, right? As a publicly traded company, they would just release more shares. Why don't we call billionaires here American oligarchs? Because we still get in petty fights on the internet about which billionaire we love more. I was just making the point that at least people's shares are safe from their own stupidity. But wouldn't the shorts getting out en masse be the squeeze? Why not just get out really, really slow over a very long period of time? Why squeeze? Squeeze requires a catalyst. You have to have something that forces them to close that second. Was Citadel the play all along? But what if I want the Citadel report to be bad news? Does that make a difference? Only if you're writing DD about it. What if retail gave short hedge funds a hug instead of a squeeze? What if that was the true path to MOASS? Hmm. There's depths to that comment that I'd love to explore. You think Jimmy will similar to Tesla shorts leave then goes up naturally? I mean, Tesla has continued to present an overvalued business to shorts for the last 2 years. It runs up and squeezes the shorts out, and then new shorts are like, wow, this company's worth way too fucking much money, and then they short it, and then it runs up and squeezes them out again, and they short it, and it runs up and squeezes them out again. Over and over and over. This isn't one short position being squeezed out over eternity. It's just the same people piling back in, because when Tesla drops, it drops like $200. Why the fuck wouldn't you want to be short there? When it goes up like 300. So yeah, over time it's gone up in value, but you know, like you just play both sides. Why pick one? Why does one have to be good and the other is evil? I mean, Ryan Cohen has been in a position to basically say anything all year and generate the FOMO required for a short squeeze to occur if the potential was there. He was in a very good position to allow the company to keep moving up in June too, and not release shares, and there was very high potential for a squeeze to occur during that time frame as well. Could we do a poll? I'm interested in the crowd thinks MOASS is a 20K rip or a $2 million black swan event. Price anchoring is what I learned is a shill. You read this out loud so I know I'm not shadow banned, Riku. I see it. Please explain how the world seeing the float locked in DRS is not a catalyst. Why would anybody give a shit? I was like, oh, I can't wait to go buy those not real shares of that stock. The fuck? What if Citadel's clothes were just in the washing machine, and both previous historical examples of 100% share registration have not led to the stock squeezing? What if Citadel's clothes were just in the washing machine and they were like really nice Stuart Hughes and Versace suits? Fuck you, dude. Wait, you can make money on options? Believe it or not. Because SI is showing 20% with the float locked. Who's to say it's going to be 20% when when the float's locked 5 years from now? This is, see, you're talking, King Noah. Do you think that the float's going to be locked like this year? If Q3 GameStop's sitting at 80% DRS, I'll throw all my shares into computer share. Institutions are never going to register their shares, man. As long as institutions are holding shares, the DTCC will continue to have a pool of shares to draw from. Given what has transpired, is there still a MOASS case for moving forward? I mean, they're still taking high risk positions on GameStop to drive volatility. Until we see evidence of them no longer doing that, then yeah, the potential for a gamma squeeze and for whatever short position exists at the time to be squeezed out remains. I'm waiting this quarter release to determine the current DRS rate. Okay. Still rolling end of day with how low this volume is. Probably, yeah. Noted. If 80% of shares are in DRS, you will send all 5 of your shares to computer share. That's correct. Sorry for the ignorance, but what is your short squeeze thesis? I think the continuous creation and settlement of the obligations in GameStop that has occurred over the last 6 quarters, every quarter, could potentiate an FTD pile up, and because of the variance swap positions on GameStop, could lead to another Volga squeeze, and that could lead, if people are exercising calls and there's enough share ownership, that could potentially lead to a gamma squeeze. Remember, each of these steps becomes less and less likely as we move up, and then a gamma squeeze could lead to a short squeeze. But I'm also just long GameStop. I always have been. I've always believed in the ability of the underlying company to grow. I'm still up. So there's no fucking reason for me to sell. Would it be hard to chart out for the last week the points in time where GME outperformed the market, even for minutes at a time? If we see added volume there, could equal slow OPEX cover. It's the rate at which we outperformed the market wasn't that significant. I don't think they'll let you DRS your puts. Oh well. What happened to a move today? I don't know. I wasn't the one predicting it. It's nice to have other people predicting moves that I don't have any purview over. I understood the reasoning behind the moves they predicted. I don't think it was that strong, but hot take, and I know you don't care about this, but I think if you DRS the 10% of your shares that you plan on never selling, your exit DD, it would have brought SS together instead of, well, no, because I saw the reason I didn't, and I know what I could have done, Zoom. I'm not socially retarded. I know I could, you know, fucking could have DRS'd my shares and played the game. And had I been a real fucking shill, I would have done that, right? But what I saw was a narrative that brought about inaction on the part of retail investors, and a narrative that I did not see the same conclusions in it playing out as others saw. And I saw that being pushed, and I saw it being pushed with misinformation and fear. And so I stood up against it. So without a gamma ramp, there's no squeeze. Yeah, without a significant amount of positive delta hedging, I don't see a squeeze occurring. Why would I start Twitter wars? I've been wrong. It sucks. I don't need to rub that in anyone's face. I agree wholeheartedly. You have to take into account their tinfoil. They're so pro DRS that if you don't DRS, you must be bad. If you DRS, then they can open their eyes and ears to more. No. I'm not gonna try to ease the assertions of staunch ignorance. DRS for reducing liquidity, as we understand the current positions on GameStop, only makes it cheaper for them to drive volatility. Creepy Crawl, you can hear that however you want. If they failed, awesome. If they didn't, I'm still not selling. So Remember, I didn't buy this stock because it was hyped up in the news. I didn't buy this stock because friends of mine did. I didn't buy this stock because I was chasing a short squeeze. I bought the stock initially based on DFV's thesis and its future valuation. I bought more of it because of what happened in January. And I'm happy I did. It's the best stock play I've ever made, hands down. This is the best investment I've made by unbelievable margin. But as you have stated, if retail bought high delta options, it would have caused a run up, and I don't think it would have hurt that effort to bring people over from the DRS camp. I mean, I'm not trying to manipulate the price, right? I'm just trying to present opportunity as I see it. Now that you're iced out of SS, would you consider writing the DD on how MOASS can slip through retails in action? I already did in November. Go back and read between the lines. Thanks, Segan. If I give you a DNA sample and 4 forms of identification, will you let me into the YouTube account briefly to load up all the new emotes since you don't like doing it? I'll do it after the stream if you remind me. How's that? I wrote it in March. I know you did, Gaff. It would be sweet if Elon bought in Hopium. Anybody that rich would be probably just as hurt by MOASS as they would profit off of it. What do you think of April? 125C on AMD. Let's take a look. I like this higher bounce that we got here on the 24th. AMD also a very large short position for anybody that was unaware. Lots of short interest. I don't hate this consolidation at the higher level. I would want to see a bounce back, a volume supported bounce back towards this upper trend line before I considered entering a long position. Where it currently is, I would say that a long position carries quite a bit of risk as the downside move on this could carry AMD back below 110. So yeah, I would wait for a confirmation of a turnaround. Maybe tomorrow it could turn around or start to. Sometimes it's better to pay a little extra to confirm the movement than it is
to just buy in when you're unsure of the direction. Yeah, I don't like the current trend right now. It's down and it's picking up a little steam, and this rejection was pretty harsh. So I would look for a lower entry personally. It's not backed by volume, and if the rest of the like sector turns around a little bit, it could recover, but I think a lower entry is possible. Is this today? Yes. Okay. Thanks, Stefan Urkel. The friends I made along the way cost me about 3K. If you divide that by the 2,000 people watching now, everyone is a little over $1 of a friend. Cheers. If you would just not have integrity or a moral compass or a spine, you could still be an SS and appease the DRS cult. I could. Back when DRS really picked up steam in October, the opportunity for me to DRS was more than apparent. I did not find any value in the thesis supporting it, and continued to not be presented with evidence over the coming months afterwards that encouraged me to DRS any more than the original thesis did. And as it became more and more wild and more speculative, I was less and less encouraged to do it. And the banning from Supersonk is almost freeing, because I feel that, you know, that maybe I adhered to a bias on GameStop because of fear of that backlash that I never should have. Please accept my apologies. Been here since you took over the Warden streams. I'm a fan. Thanks, Creepy. No worries, man. Nothing to apologize for. It's 2030. GameStop is $1 trillion company. Congress calls Gherkin in for a hearing. What fit you wear into it? I'm just gonna dress like I'm dressed now. A t-shirt and a hat. That's it. No pants. So you're telling me my AMD 300 Gen 23s are gonna print? Jesus Christ. Good luck. I have 145s that were part of a larger option play. And I don't think they'll print. I'll probably just close them. They were free because my 125s went so far into the money, but I'll probably close them and buy into, I have 115s also. I'll probably buy into more 115s. Or if I can get a really nice dip, maybe like 110s. Thanks, Zoom in for MOASS. Do you expect any effect on the markets from the State of the Union today? Possible. Yeah, it could cause a turnaround. Or a further drop. Actually, should pull back this VIX call. Close. Oh. Because if that spikes, I want to be able to sell the shares. Close some other ones too. Yeah. Close these though. Do you ever get to eat at Del Posto? No. I got out of AMD way too early, back at 80, but got in at 20. A lot of people made a lot of money on that stock. Mostly nerds. What did I miss? Any more hopes need crushing? I'm sure you'll find someone. You like the outpouring of the love the world is showing is heartening. Is there any reason why you haven't posted the CC and CSP strategy content? You said that you were going to give us a CC strat that has a very low chance of getting assigned. I check every day and I'm sad. Continue to be sad until I feel comfortable releasing that for public digestion. For those of you that did do DRS, thank you for your sacrifice. Don't you have a physical stock cert? Shh. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm astounded the DRS is still so divisive. Why? Is it helpful? I can ban you from the think tank to free you even more. I mean, if you want to. I didn't say I didn't believe GameStop can reach numbers like 10K. I think the probability of that is low, especially right now. The possibility of it remains. There is a difference between those. If that happens, can you and DFV collab to produce a video to If I Ruled the World? A dance video to If I Ruled the World? That would be amazing. Don't lie that you're not going to wear some Osiris shoes with those shorts, shirt, and hat. I'm not wearing any shorts, turd. Donald Duck. T-shirt, hat, fine. Some knee-high socks and Osiris shoes. Just because I really want to highlight the part of that part of my body. You taught me so much. Bought first ever options in fall. I made some informative mistakes. Had to realize losses, big for me, and step away past month. But last week I flipped weeklies for $400 and timed a March 18 flip today for 45. Within 23 volume of it starting to tank. Sure, God. I'm glad you're learning, man. Remember when D. Snyder got called into Congress? I mean, I don't remember it, but I know about it. Market is dropping on uncertainty. State of the Union will remove some uncertainty. Should mean ups, unless Biden says something super bearish. Not sure what that could be besides nukes out for Harambe. We'll see. When politics are influencing the market, it's a dangerous game to play because you really don't know what's going to be said. Any new indicators to hype? How did entropy turn out? It's still very low. Entropy still indicates a move to the upside with very good potential. It's one of the reasons I'm continuing to remain fairly bullish. Did Zakura and Carl abandon you because you don't have SS cred anymore? No, they're still around. I mean, they're probably at work. So you hope for a MOASS and to get 5x, 10x, 20x or higher. Are you going to care about that $20,000 early distribution, which adds to your gross income and possibly incurs a 10% Fed penalty? No, I have an accountant. I think anyone should be allowed to do what they want with their shares. DRS or not, these are your shares and people should respect your decision as a trader regardless of what you do with them. Thanks, Aiden. That's a very unbiased viewpoint. Does the stagnant volume and channel lock between 120 and 125 indicate the calm before the storm? That's not a thing. It just indicates calm. If there wasn't an upside move incoming, why wouldn't they just drop us like normal? I do agree that we have not seen a position flip, but that's also because I don't think that they've settled their obligations that would allow them to begin shorting it back to the downside. Would you like to address the rumor that showing your wrist on stream makes the stock go up? Let's see what happens. Would you consider anything less than 50 contracts not worth rolling because of theta decay? Figure out how much you're losing per day and how much you're going to lose per day in theta, and then determine how much you would save per day if you roll forward. If the cost of rolling forward is cheaper than the amount of theta that you would lose, then I think the move is pretty obvious, right? Farmer Joe. I'm at work. You don't see me not watching the stream all day. It's fair. I'm sure Carl's watching. I'm sure he's just waiting to ban Moonwind for the... Zakura's wife got him. Never mind. This has been our hardest dip. So it looks like a dip before the rip scenario. How much credibility do you give that? Some. I mean, the way in which it has dipped and the shorting to avoid delta sensitivity does indicate that they are afraid of a push to the upside, but that could be for a number of reasons. Are we on track for lowest volume ever? No, I think we're a little ahead. Why would I have a hairy wrist? I understand that you might not want to put out CC and CSP content to non-paid members. No, that's not it. If it had anything to do with GameStop, I would put it out to everybody publicly. The reason is because this current situation is an unknown, and people start selling CCs right now could very, very easily risk assignment. Does one only need 100 shares to sell covered calls per call? Yeah. Did they find a counterparty? Maybe not. That would definitely explain why additional easing was allowed on margin requirements for variance swaps last week. Thoughts on why longs left massive amounts of calls on the table in September and not piling in now? Who said they're not piling in now? Call OI is significantly higher than put OI right now. The bets are bullish. Check out that DWAC. I really don't want to. It never looks like it's going to continue a solid trend. So it just spiked a little and came back down. I'd be wary of this being a bear trap or a bull trap. Unless it continues up, but there's all the volume occurred here. So, I mean, it's not like volume's picking up. Yeah, no. Not feeling it. Nice spike. I mean, if you owned it at the bottom. Hmm. What happened and why did we go down $10? We didn't. We're down $2 on the day. Even from our peak, we're only down $4. You find it strange we went down and trading like this in the past period. I find it strange that we haven't seen a volume-backed price movement. Yeah, it could just been closing of positions or something. That's just not a productive conversation. Trump could guest Putin to show glorious Russian Empire. What? Are we about to see the lowest volume on record? No, probably not. I think our lowest volume is like 800 and something thousand. And we were at like that day we were at like 700,000 volume, way closer to close. Well, on the bright side, Jimmy on the daily still looks like a textbook Wyckoff face C. It fucking does, Stefan. It really fucking does. Do you sell covered calls around earnings or sit tight till after? I would sell covered calls on a spike if I saw one. Maybe earnings. I don't know. Earnings might be not so bad. Q4. I don't really like a earnings covered call play. Maybe into earnings and then sell them buy them back the next morning. Pick up some of that sweet IV and then sell it during the crush or buy it back during the crush. Volume's so low that you're caught up on chat. I know. This is why more F to do with lives, more to do with greed and money. Yeah. I mean, the lives are part of the greed and money. Economically, large swaths of the population dying off is beneficial. In your opinion, are there any screener settings that can find Wyckoff faces on the daily? No. You just gotta go through it and see if it lines up. And then you've got to confirm with volume trends. 510 Kank says, do those reverse repo, polar switch, double backwards, inverse external variance, entropy, backwardation, swaptions close on the 18th? The exact AR options spiral down to 0. I don't care what the 510 gang has to say. It's just calm down, Thanos. I mean, historically accurate. Not trying to spread hopium, but check out last March. We're exactly where we were price wise and ran to 350. Not the same, but curious. Okay. I can appreciate that. It is curious. Did you wish that person a happy birthday today? I think that's tomorrow. I mean, I'm sure it's someone's birthday in here today, statistically. Happy birthday to whoever that is. But the person in question's birthday was tomorrow. What is it? Zakira's wife. I see you. Was that all? It was Jay Fresh's birthday yesterday, right? Happy birthday to our favorite mathematical astrocat. Does low volume always precede a run up? I recall it happening a couple times before. It can, or it just means nothing. It's not an indicator of a run. But it has occurred the day before a run in the past. I know it's your birthday tomorrow, Trina. You see Elliott Wave guy just YOLO'd 20k on 150 weeklies. I heard. Do you think it's more likely that due to the possible extensions, rule changes, or FTD reveal mishaps, that the cycle spikes we normally have are delayed? It is very possible. They have somehow dodged obligations. I don't know if I don't think they've dodged obligations, but it is possible that we're experiencing a delay due to the rule changes, the conflict in Ukraine, and you know, the exposure of FTDs before they should have been. That some leniency was handed out. Okay, now everybody say when their birthday is. Mine is soon. Good for you, man. Who just YOLO'd 21k on 150 weeklies? Elliott Wave guy. Any thoughts on Adabit's most recent DD? No. So think we're gonna rise from the ashes on Ash Wednesday. Praise be to VWAP. Look at you, turd. It's possible, right? But biblically. Are we doing biblical analysis now? Is this how far we've sunk? If I YOLO 20k on 150 weeklies, I would significantly reduce my cost basis for 150 weeklies. That would be smart, right? No, that sounds pretty dumb. When you roll to April, will you be buying those April calls immediately or waiting a bit to save theta? I'd be buying immediately. It's too high of a chance that the price moves in the next few days. My birthday is on 1/1/1970. Cool. So wait a second. I just joined Friends with Financial Benefits think tank, and Gaff is the creator. So he's just shilling in here for fun as a sheep in wolf's clothing? Possibly. Be wary of the shill in your midst. I love how when I finally catch up on chat and someone notes that I'm caught up on chat, everyone takes that as an opportunity to spam chat. So then I'm behind again. Have you ever considered reaching out to Adabit via carrier pigeon to be on the stream? After he loses that 15K, he's going to change his name to Elliot Waves Goodbye. Is Rumspringa still on? No, but the harvest is concluded and the ground is still too cold to replant. I think another catalyst is needed for MOASS. The market mechanics you described are not enough. What would that catalyst be, George Reed? It's running, now halted, no trades. It's halted. That's what happened to COS. He even has a Citadel business card. Was Adabit's DD the catalyst for you to start eating oatmeal for breakfast? No. I just got tired of being sick to my tummy by 1 p.m. We're going to 119.69. Maybe. What's the SPY doing? Hmm. Why don't you answer my rolling question? When you roll, does it affect buying power for the value of the entire contract or just for the difference in the cost of the strike dates? What? You're selling one contract and buying another. Completely different contract. I'm confused as to what you think rolling is. DM. What, did you sell fucking cover calls again? Sold Elliot Wave guys calls. I'm certainly an amateur with this, but would a Wyckoff pattern require us to have another dip like in the middle of Gen 10? No, but we can continue to repeat that test and spring formation until we climb higher. So accumulation can continue. It's very hard to predict the end of, and this is why it's so hard to predict the end of C and that movement into phase D, because that like dip, test, recovery, that could just keep happening, and that spring formation can keep forming. A bunch of calls came in between 1240 and 1249. Cool. My tax bill is 138K. I need to sell CCs every week to survive. Sorry, Dad. Jesus Christ. Fuck, marry, kill. AMC Ape, Grandpa Joe, DRS Zealot. None. Wait, which AMC Ape? Because I've seen some Twitters, some Twitter ones that maybe I could apply number 1 to. How deliberate is Wyckoff formation, or is it just a byproduct of human herd psychology? I think it's both a byproduct of big money flow, like smart money investment, and human psychology. I would be surprised if short hedge funds are not amortizing the losses of their GME position over time. The market needs another shock to trigger a squeeze. Shocks are good, but the underlying market mechanics I've outlined will still contribute to that squeeze and will be necessary because you have to have something to catalyze, George. So while yes, short squeezes are generally driven by catalysts, there are still mechanics that underlie that catalyst. I actually don't know what Tara Bull looks like. The Fed's Bostic just came out and said the economy could stand without the help of the central bank. Rate hike incoming? I don't know. Who knows? Probably not. If earnings and OPEX make the stack go up, will you go all around the world and look at this photograph? Hey man, but you got that $3 refund. Jesus. Why are your taxes so high? You need to get a fucking accountant. Stop doing your taxes on like Credit Karma or whatever that is. Because I made way more money than you this year. My taxes aren't that high. So if I sell 311 at 300 and buy a 318 at 400, does my BP go negative 100 or get negative 400? Negative 100, because the contract you're buying still has its value, right? So the value of the contract you're purchasing is has its own separate value. So you're selling a contract, you have $300, right? I guess it would depend on what you bought the 311 at. If you bought, I mean, the loss is accumulating, but the contract you're purchasing still has value. Is Dagestan Russia? Same like Philly, Pennsylvania. Maybe. You and all the others must suffer with my unusually long name. Yes, he's being sneaky. I'm not quitting. Got me jacked last weekend. I don't quit. I'm not a quitter. Mama didn't raise a quitter. What do you think about the tinfoil theory that as soon as buy pressure shows up for exposure or margin calls, RC is going to drop the marketplace announcement immediately? I like it. That'd be good timing. I think it's unlikely, but bullish. Yeah, I can make up all kinds of bullish shit that could happen to GameStop. Are super chats and Ko-Fi's tax deductible? I don't know. I don't think so. I found a super friendly CPA on Twitter who offered to do my taxes for free, even guaranteed a $3,000 minimum refund. Do you want me to forward his contact info? No, thanks. I don't trust the shift search slider. You know, I thought I would just tell you guys about shift search and then I would not have to field shift search questions anymore. Incorrect. Completely incorrect. Those could be bought. Gen 23 200s look sold. So the bits dropping? Oh, no. The gens look bought also. These are being bought and sold. Most recently bought. The Gen 100s and Gen 200s look bought. Gen 90. That's tough. I'm not sure about the $90 ones. The March 4ths are definitely just purchased. Looks bullish. Lots of bullish bets. $12 million, give or take. Someone's banking on something happening. Have you thought about designing your own financial tools, such as a delta neutral calculator, gamma maximum calculator, etc.? How much would you charge per month for such valuable options tools? I would just keep them to myself and not share them with other people. Is Autobit the same as Autobot? Transformers assemble. Thanks, John Jarbanks. VIX rising, SPY rising up too. Does that mean bull trap? Not necessarily. I 100% agree. I think it's important to note that if one sees a catalyst, the squeeze time will be driven by the mechanics you and others have researched. Until then, everyone should chill. Yeah. Can you sift through shift search some more? No. You underestimate our lack of understanding, but you guys have been hanging out with me all day for like almost a year now. I guess there's always new people. Can you go back to 1 minute? Sure. But the volume's so low, I really don't want to. It was like a perfect Head and Shoulders breakdown and reversal. I wonder if it's gonna form our third Head and Shoulders for the day. Don't remind us of how long it's been. It's getting weird. But Trash, our relationship is just beginning to blossom. Imagine the shit posting 3 months from now. I'm just here to listen and chat. I'm not here to learn and comprehend. Thoretta. What if DFE and RC are on that Jon Stewart show? That'd be cool. If DFE tweets, we're going to the moon. Like, I only started watching Gherk when the Gherk movement started. I was like, everyone hates him so much. This must be the way. Why not move calls to March 25th instead of April? I'll probably move some of my like shorter term calls to March 25th instead of April, but my like closer to the money stuff that has value, I'm gonna move to April. I can't wait for the day you and Meditation Man are besties. Interesting. He's around here somewhere. Documentary maker confirmed he knocked on DFE's door, but wouldn't go past that. Said, wait and see. But if it's a nothing burger, I'm gonna punch him. You stream yourself gaming on low volume days like this. I feel like it'd be hilarious watching you discuss options plays while playing Mario Kart. I have frequently thought about it. Why won't you stream MOASS? That makes you like Dumbledore when Harry dies, is looking for guidance in all the white train station, but Dumbledore basically says, you got this, Harry. Yeah. That's why. Because the decisions that you make on your own during a short squeeze event will be better than the decisions you would make while influenced by a person or other group of people. I don't know what I've done recently to finally shitpost my way into your heart, but it seems to have been very effective. I like shitposting. It's probably, I mean, why do you think Shids and Fards survived so long in the Discord? He was a good shitposter. Nutty as all hell, but a great shitposter. Sometimes, admittedly, that shitposting does come from a place of mental instability. We need a 510 gang song, and you should play it whenever GME volatility goes up. Thanks, Dwayne the Long Johnson. DFE tweets, buy long dated close to the money options. You probably don't know this about me, but I like it when you zoom in on the chart. I can kind of tell from your username. Well, I'll agree that you are not streaming MOASS is a good idea. I don't know what in the last year has ever made you feel that I'm capable of making good decisions. Fair enough, but yeah, I can't see in any way where I would be helpful during a short squeeze or high volatility event like that. The reason I know I must be on the spectrum is because I'm unintentionally funny more than intentionally funny. I'll say something dead serious and people think I'm being deadpan sarcastic. Stefan, I'll break it to you. You're definitely on the spectrum, dude. It's cool, but you're full on. I told my boss MOASS today and quit my job. Can you guys please push the button already? Sorry, man. How have your previous short squeeze experiences lasted? A couple days, a week? I've seen them last. I mean, like January lasted like a couple weeks, right? Last January. I haven't been a part of too many of them. I mean, the Tesla one just keeps happening over and over again. What else? Market crashes are a pretty high volatility event, but I haven't really experienced like a true crash, just like Volmageddon and like March 2020. You've caught up with the chat. You spare a few minutes for our Lord and Savior, Lady VWAP. You would be helpful because while we were freaking out, we could just stare into your eyes and know everything is right. I mean, I would just be freaking out too. Which you guys have seen in the past. You've seen unbridled excitement out of me. It's shameful. Foreign investors that lent 29 billion equivalent in rubles to Russia are to default. Cool. Do you know when the next school of stock will come out? No. I'm very slowly working on the next video. Even the algos would freak out. No one would keep it cool in a true squeeze / high volatility event. Yeah. There are new people in here all the time. They just leave when they hear Moonwind and Darth Dan Saga and wondering what happens with the public domain music. Power Hour hype. Not yet. Link for unbridled excitement. Here's the irony for you all. I was actually diagnosed to be on the spectrum as a kid, and now I'm the administrator for the same children's hospital. Takes one to know one. I would just be freaking out too. God forbid you show us emotion. Me watching you freaking out will help me freak out in a safe, briny kind of way. Lady VWAP, either praise her or the Dans will never shill for you again. But I've already praised her. Don't tell me what to do with Lady VWAP. It's none of your fucking business. How dare you? Know your place, Dan. Just got back from lunch from an hour ago. Did I miss anything? No. We're trading at like almost the exact same price. Yep. Very little has happened. Top 3 moments today. Gherk chokes on his own saliva again. Moonwind sells covered calls to Elliott Waves guy. Gherk announces that Stefan is on the spectrum. You should just mute yourself during the high volatility event so we can watch your expressions. The Lady VWAP, she deserves eternal praise. You Wednesday for quant poker night? Is that a thing now? We're doing quant poker? I mean, I'm down. This is how I'm going to pay to roll my options. What kind of stakes are we talking? $5,000 buy-in? Can you update your FX Hedge Twitter account to say margin calls incoming? Russia was well telegraphed. I don't think he invested there. He probably shorted it. I don't know why people assume that these guys are making bad decisions 100% of the time. 25K price of Ko-Fi membership. Come on, silly. Interesting. I mean, I'm down. Please hurry with the School of Stock videos. At this point, I will be all out of money before I know what I'm doing. Good to know, Taximus. Any thoughts on UWMC? 2-day cup and handle. It's a garbage stock. Stay away from it. But if you want to buy some calls, boy, do I have a lot for sale. Especially if IV spikes. Please, I literally can't lose any more money. Also, I can't resist poker. Wait, I thought you had a whole nother year before you had to report your taxes to your wife. 4-stream turning in, and I'm smarter already and luckier. Bought AMC calls to play earnings at 2 p.m. Immediately made 10%. Should I sell all my GME shares and buy 3/4 150s to see if same result? Bought AMC calls to play earnings at 2 p.m. Immediately made 10%. Should I sell all my GME shares and buy 3/4 of a 150 to see the same result? That sounds really dumb. Celtic Mako. Yeah, maybe we'll drum up a little extra drama in the later part of the day. Zoom in for MOASS. What's a charlatan? Are you asking me? Change location to Philadelphia, please. My son just got a full scholarship offer to play college baseball. Can we MOASS so I can retire and watch college baseball for the next 4 years? Please. Praise Lady View Up and Pickle Profit. I hope so, man. Just for you. Calf. Adobit. Why? Did you not like the interviews you did, Gaff? I've been making good money getting out of my calls with small gains each. I keep adding a little more each time. It dips. Also, MVIS is killing it for me for no reason. Awesome, dude. Maybe we can all combine out garbage UWMC into some sort of asset and then sell it as a package with a different, more attractive label than garbage assets. Figure out the product. What's your reason for not liking Adabit? Really curious. Not trying to start anything. I don't really dislike him. It's more that just like he's got like he drums up a lot of like conspiracy theories and bullshit built around his like DD that's taken as a word of gospel, but is factually inaccurate on almost every level. And the one opportunity that people had to like talk to people outside of this community with like real valuable knowledge was both conversations were just wildly overshadowed with him trying to like prove his DD. So I would say that's my issue. Not a big deal. Yeah, nothing much, crypto holder. See you tomorrow, man. You plan on rolling your March 18 out of the monies before end of day? Yeah, I'm gonna be rolling a lot of stuff today. To me next. What's your issue with me? um, besides the constant harassment for pictures of feet, I would probably say your unequivocal degeneracy. Used it today as per union agreement reached last night. Wait, did I agree to this agreement? So I tuned in. What happened today? Nothing. Wouldn't volume some other day. Pi-Fi is rolling. The price is gonna run. I know. Should probably start now. Hmm. All right. I'll wait on those. Someone here I need to roll. Those were weeklies. I'm just doing it because I'm eating a ton of theta every day and I want to stop that. If you don't have a lot of contracts, you could potentially wait a little longer. I mean, I'm not going to use any outro until I watch it. You're still not a fan of Adabit since that time you referred to you as a pickle guy rather than remembering your real name, which we all know is Wellington Pickleberry. No. A sustained volume is what moves prices. Yes. When do you buy some straight away? Yeah. I'm waiting for them to fill right now. Hoping this rejection goes just a little deeper. All these YouTubers just use their first name. It's weird. It is strange. I have to use settle cash, so it feels risky to cash out today. Seems like tomorrow could run. Fair. I'm a mod and definitely never shit posted. Not gonna sneak a Rickroll in on you. I even copyright checked it. In all seriousness, it shouldn't cause any issues. Okay. Wait, where is it? Oh. I'll update it. Somewhere. Dun, dun. If someone was carrying several 318 120C, how much longer is too risky to hold if the price stays in a channel? If someone's carrying several 318 120s. Ooh, I didn't sell my in the money calls. I mean, you could definitely get a better exit on 120s than our current price. My 300 318s won't get me to 415 510s. Really? Doritos. Was Matt Kors going on the Jon Stewart show? Jesus. If we were taking bets, if Matt Kors embarrasses himself on the third, without a doubt. Thoughts on debit spreads? 10 to 20% in the money while we crab to the next cycle. Probably solid. So as tomorrow, we're running up in after hours. Who knows? I wonder if I should buy some 110s. What's IV like right now? it's still so high. No, but if we drop below 120, I'm going to buy more of those. That's a smart move. Matt Kors doesn't get embarrassed. So we come off as traitorous, but is it time to maybe start hedging for a downside run for another few months? Are we still more primed for a run up than a run down? I think we're still more primed for a run up, unless the market fucking tanks on us. 2-day wedge. Yeah. Did you change tune when Justin brought up RRP ties? I mean, the case he brought up was interesting, but now irrelevant. Is Matt Kors the catalyst that AMC needs? Why can't Jamie have a cool young metropolitan catalyst like him? Instead, we get a grumpy pickle with an infected eye. Well, get fucked. You think the BAM investor is going to follow through on giving the hedgies wedgies? I don't know who that is. Popcorn earnings today. Won't that drop GME because meme basket? Could. Sub 1 million volume. No coverings occurring. Yeah, I don't think so. Oh, that's. Okay. Some motherfucker went through my entire nut mix and ate all of my salted butterscotch caramels. I'm gonna stream fucking AMC's earnings. I told you I put the perfect ratio of all things in my nut mix. I don't have dried pineapple in here, but I do have dried apricot. What do you consider to be low, IV? Sub 100? I for GameStop, that's about as low as it gets. Got any more hype dates for me? Tomorrow and Thursday. After that, March 9th and 10th. After that, March 14th. Those are all the days with the greatest potential. Thank you for not being one of those people who say apricot. Ugh. That's almost as bad as lawyer. I say lawyer. Law. It's two syllables. Law. Yer. That's how English people say it. Don't they just say barrister? Wait, that's different. They have two. They have solicitor and a barrister. Little different system. I think U.S. law is more modeled after the French. Don't worry, I hate things that East Coast people say too, like radiator. Or route instead of root. What's another really fucking irritating one? Those are my big those are the big ones. Those really drive me nuts. Apparently Bullard speaks tomorrow morning before J-Pow testifies. That sounds like a straddle play if I've ever heard one. Are you implying that what the fuck just happened to my view count? That's weird. So you're implying that Adam Aaron is going to release falsified financial earnings in order to distract from GameStop? Oh yeah, rough is really annoying. But I'll never hate anything more than people who say hella and height. Those are the fuck them. That's because there's a difference between to route and a route. Are Jam Leap FTDs due 3-3? Choom Pop DD said 3-1. Yeah, I think so. January 25th FTDs are due tomorrow. January 26th FTDs are due on Wednesday. On the market maker side. I've never been to Washington State. Oh, that's not true. I was in Seattle for like a day once, but not enough to actually talk to people. Connotation. The English language is a fickle bitch. You guys remember the good old days of pronunciation arguments? It's been so long. I needed this. You take that statement about hella back right this moment. No, just say hell. It doesn't need an extra vowel. Would signs of roll show up earlier rather than later in a roll window? Probably. All right. You're dead to me, Gaff. You did it. My father-in-law pronounces batteries as bat trees. I don't know if I've ever heard that before. I've made my views on hella very clear in the past. Don't act all offended now. Discord just sent an alert regarding important changes. Cool. With 546 million in cash and 65 billion in derivatives, how much longer do you think they can last? As long as their other $74 billion in long positions is more money than their $65 billion in short positions, I would say. Okay, how many people are in here still looking at the Citadel annual report like they're doing bad? I've got to know. Do you guys really think that? They're kicking ass and taking names. They're making fat fucking stacks. Finance, right, Peefy? I'm gonna change the channel name. How is that possible when RC is about to announce tonight announced 69% DRS on the earnings report. I read the post on RSS that says Citadel has less cash on hand than GameStop. Who's failing now? I don't know why people are under the impression that a hedge fund should have a lot of cash on the side. They're an investment firm. That money shouldn't be there. It should be invested. I would argue that the fact that they have cash on the side is one of the worst parts of the entire report. Why do DRS people say brokers will go under? They don't buy your shares, right? Just ignore it. It's FUD, literally. You think the bank ban from SS stopped the DRS crazies from showing en masse? A little bit. Imagine being on all sides of the trade and having the best volatility measuring tools and thinking you're gonna go under. Autobit's DD should probably be debunked, frankly, but whatever. Not my place to care. Explain how Robinhood couldn't post margin. Robinhood in the world of brokerages is a broke dick. Like at the time they had what, 80 billion in assets under management. You compare that to fucking like Fidelity or Schwab, literally anybody. And they're self-clearing. I mean, they fuck themselves. Imagine if everybody hadn't FOMO'd into the easiest broker to buy call options at the beginning of the squeeze. If DRS removes the liquidity, as you said a few times, does it mean DTC updates short hedge funds or prime brokers about the legally tradable amount of shares? No, they don't care. They simply look and go, there's some shares. And then they go, oh, I can borrow those. Zoom in. All right. You wouldn't even agree that they're low on cash? They're supposed to be. They're an investment fund. If you're invested in a hedge fund and they're like, oh, we're sitting on this giant stack of cash that's doing nothing, you're probably in a bad investment fund. We stretch out the chart really tall, so it looks like, yeah, let's do this power hour right. Everyone cares, Stefan. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to write a letter? Just wait for it to be realized. If it goes long enough without it being realized, then there's a problem. This is the annual report for the MM. Yes. No problem, WD. Yeah, I didn't roll any of my in the money contracts. I wouldn't. I would just hold them a little longer. Serious question. Are those idiots doing the same thing with AMC as far as DRS? I don't know. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Where we end up, nobody knows. How is Autobits DD wrong? It's misleading. It's highlighting data in a way that presents Citadel as a failing fund when it's very obvious that they're quite successful. Can GameStop buy Citadel since they have cash on hand? We need a symbol for options. Like they have the purple ring for DRS. So what are your thoughts on what's going on behind the scenes if there's no real price action this week? I mean, if we don't see any price action for the next couple of days, I would just assume that some sort of either the changes in the pricing of the variance swaps have offset their obligations or there's been a margin call. Again, it's hard to tell how, like with the release of those rules, which party they favor more. And were those rules released in order to protect a default or to protect the other members from a default? Shouldn't we be seeing more volume come in tomorrow from FTDs from Jan 25th? Possibly, yeah. That's the T+2 day from Jan 21st. I didn't know. I don't know, Stefan. I didn't do a valuation analysis of Citadel. How can they offset your obligations that were already in place through a previous contract? because they changed the margin structure. Do you recommend going long Johnson? Taking a small position in pickle? No, you don't have to do that, man. How do you feel about the 160 cc's now? There's still a risk. If they did an instant rule change to protect someone from default, is it safe to say that GME MOASS squeeze is dead? If they did it to protect someone from default, it's not good. But if they did it to protect the other counterparties from a defaulting member, then it could be very bullish, right? It's just, there's just no way to know though. Just an SEC has just announced another proposal to propose that the new proposals be considered to perhaps change the way trading is done. The proposal it was proposed could have a significant impact. Nice. GME AD Twitter, Babylon's Fall, Ryan's Rescue Squad, Tinfoil Hat Time. Get out of here. Would you not appreciate oh. Fuck you. Thanks for defending Citadel as being quite healthy financially. No problem, Ken Griffin. I should have the buy button to prevent people from defaulting and nothing happened. Add a bit. I will be back with Citadel Has No Clues, part 3, when I'm done churning butter for my community. I can't wait to read it. When is earnings and when will you be streaming it? I don't know, and yes. It's possible. There's a lot of unknowns. They will either resolve themselves or they won't. Citadel has earnings has not been announced. I thought I saw something saying they will announce on the 3rd. I don't even know if they've announced the intent to announce, but usually their last 3 earnings have come before the CME roll date, like the day of or the day before the CME roll date. Thanks, Kevin Kellogg. Dilly Dano, any idea why we are so volatile today? When other days the markets and SPY moved a lot, it seemed like we bounced around in a very tight channel. I don't know. Increased volatility is bullish generally. Someone goes to jail for insider taking by having advanced knowledge that the buy button was being turned off. Yeah, maybe. But who? See, if they hadn't banned me, I would have been like, I don't know, maybe Citadel's like, maybe there's more to it. I don't give a shit anymore. No, Citadel's doing great. Suck it up. They're fucking profiting like crazy off of the illiquidity and this shitty stock. And every other one in the basket. They have turned an entire sector, an entire dying sector into a massive profit engine. Earnings for full year results have to be within 60 days from the end of the fiscal year. No? Yes, I believe so. We did it. We got our 3rd head and shoulders of the day. Anyone think the anti-Gherk army on SS are also popcorn investors? I do. They're like the people that register both. I mean, it's not bad. It's just ineffective. DRS is fine. It just does nothing that people promise it does. It counts shares and puts them in a little box where they're safe from the grubby hands of brokerages. DRS is the equivalent of buying a bunch of toilet paper and hiding it in your basement. And then every quarter you go down and count how many rolls of toilet paper you have for the coming financial apocalypse. Would it be risky to buy a call on a stock I don't own? I mean, is there risk? Yes. Does it matter that you don't own the stock? No. No, I think I don't think DRS was a false flag, and I think the people that initially turned the community on to DRS did not have bad intentions. I just think that it's been taken advantage of, like every other narrative in Super Stonk. Am I shadow banned? You skip over one or two of my comments a week out of the tens of thousands. What gives? I just rolled my March and checking back into the stream. Any afternoon updates I missed? No, nothing. Looks like we're just going to close at gamma neutral. Maybe a little bit above. Selling CC weeklies 4 times a month, yay or nay? Sometimes 5. You roll yet? Yeah, pretty much. Well, what I'm going to roll today, I have rolled. The SS ban is like the end of a toxic relationship. Let it all out. Don't worry, I am. There's not that much to let out. I was pretty honest over there. But I do think being part of it did create, I mean, there's some bias, right? Because there's just so much pressure. And that's gone now. Now I don't have to care about it. And I'm just now realizing my full potential. I'm an independent pickle, and I don't need no sub. Robert Clark, welcome to Long Johnson. Thank you so much, man. Did James Rowland lie to me? No. You'd have to have an original idea to lie to someone about it. Are you gonna be the very best pickle like no one ever was? You know it. Just thinking, is a CSP less risky than holding shares? Not equivalent? Is there still an IV play for near dated calls on GME? Holding on to my April 14 510s and hoping for the best. I mean, I have them too. I'm not moving those. One of my unbelievably successful entrepreneur friends always says, be so good that it's undeniable. So with that said, I'm very much looking forward to your DDs and your options tutorials. Thank you so much, Stefan. I know you are. Literally chomping at the bit. Am I shadow banned or do you just not like me? Neither. Gherkin has spent his time in the chrysalis of superstock, growing and adapting, and now he has reformed from the amorphous blob of goo to finally emerge as a beautiful pickle fly. Thank you, Trash Dan. Am I shadow banned or just a mod? It's still weird to me seeing Jimmy stay steady sometimes when SPY was down like 1.85%, but then as SPY lifts up, Jimmy starts moving downward more. Any well-timed small shorts today? No, I think today we mostly just dragged around with the market. There may have been some FTDs early this morning, but I don't think anything of note. I expect more FTDs tomorrow and the following day. Chopping at the Addo bit? Oh, fuck you, JFresh. Assuming all the shares that have been DRS'd were still in cash accounts at brokers, would the stock be any less liquid? Theoretically, no. Maybe then we'd have some fucking volume. Is this a head and shoulders plus scoliosis formation? Volume is dog shit. Thanks for reading my DD. Does Jimmy announcing DRS shares in their last report have any significance? I mean, besides it being materially significant to accountants and also probably just given along with the rest of the information by computer share, I don't think so. Do I think it's a secret fucking secret code and call to arms? Absolutely not. It's ridiculous and childish. What a silly assumption when there's much more common reasons to declare 5% of the float being locked up. I will admit that posting DRS in an earnings report is rare, but then again, most companies don't have 5% of their float locked up. It'll be tight when it's 15% this quarter. I don't care. It's not 100. It was associated with institutions having to report 5% of ownership. It's materially significant, which is a far better explanation than its cryptic code from the company to DRS your shares, or the chairman of the board of the company I own is tweeting at me. Digging into just the deepest cognitive bias or observational bias. Your real talk is going to get us all murdered on Superstock. They will say you have melted down. The trolling will be epic. Please take a picture of this and use it against me as serious. There's only one way out of the hole you people have dug yourself into. Sell cover calls to get back to even and never look back at this dying brick and mortar. Good to know, Ken Griffin. You're just trying to get us to unlock our shares. Get fucked, nerd. I remember some posts about someone suing GameStop for the DRS count. I have no idea what happened with that. With all the bullish bets today on options, it's odd we haven't seen price improvement or at least a violently sideways day. Why ouchie downs? I mean, we're only down $3 today. This isn't like a huge drop. It's not like, we've lost all forward momentum. Chill the fuck out. Relax. If the notion that the positions can't be closed without massive implications is correct, it would make sense short hedge funds get exemptions, leniency. Yeah, it would. It would explain why the rule change occurred on the exact day that we should have seen significant upward price improvement. The judge threw it out because the plaintiff couldn't prove damages by not having DRS numbers. Fair. I don't know if that's true, but sounds reasonable. I mean, I'm not saying they're spectacular. I'm saying that the evidence that we have does not show any evidence of a failing fund. I think the better question is to ask is why would somebody choose to present it that way instead of being honest? One reason I donate is so you have the freedom to pursue knowledge as you wish. Hearing your explanations are great to have for diversity of opinion. Today is 8 months since I talked about DRS with you. Still the same person. Thanks, Matthew Hodge. I appreciate that, man. Can you give a quick summary of the afternoon session? We went down and then we chopped and then we went down again. One resistance level dropped to the next. 3 of them today. Boop, and then boop. And then here we are back at gamma neutral, where the risk of options is the least for those that do not want the price of the stock to go up. Is there a case for pending margin call that is being delayed to demoralize retail through OPEX, futures roll earnings, call change bleeds off, then they run it? Yeah, it's possible. I told you that FINRA has a lot of flexibility with how they handle a default. I mean, Lauer's in FWFB, so I'm sure people will be digging into his platform the second it becomes available. Is there a case for pending margin call that is being delayed to? Yeah. Could Jimmy theoretically exclude the DRS numbers the next time, or do they have to report them? I mean, that's a little murky. I'm not sure if they have to report them. It is materially significant that 5% of the shares are held closely. Yes, I think in order to avoid almost like a disclaimer, in order to avoid any issues with future investors, I think it's something that they do have to declare. Or at least I think they would be advised to declare it. What does Melvin's report do? Yeah, if there's evidence of a failing fund, it would probably be there. I agree. Also, why is nobody talking about Susquehanna being net short? Like barely, but net short all the same, and bigger than Citadel, and probably just as equally involved in this shit after they just shed their position sub 5% in order to avoid reporting. Like that's suspicious. The reason I donate to you is so you read my comments. Thanks, Bipolar Bear. Hey, Girk, just dropped in to ask some uninformed, antagonistic questions real quick. In particular, did you vax or DRS your ban from Superstock? Thanks, bye. That's not 5%, it's 5 million. Yeah, you're right. It's like 8 point something percent of the free float. It's more than 5% is what I was talking about. But yeah, you are correct. It's, the factual number is like, I can't remember, it's like 8 point something percent. I can do the math if you guys want. It's 5 million shares. That's all right. Seven percent, 7.9 or 7.9%. Basically 8%. Is there more exposure tomorrow or Thursday? Based on price action Thursday, based on the T+2 from Leaps tomorrow. So I think tomorrow and Thursday both could be very very high exposure. You stated earlier that if you expected any sort of upward movement, it would be not today, but the next 2 days. Yes. You didn't want to say why earlier. Did you explain this or okay with it now? I did explain it. The exposure from January 25th and January 26th are more significant than the exposure from January 21st and January 24th. So Monday and today, right, are market maker FTDs from, so yesterday was Jan 21. Today was the exposure from Jan 24. And I think the exposure from Jan 25 and 26 are more significant. 25 because it's the T+2 day from Leaps. And 26 because this was the day that they actually settled that T+2. That was the day that we ran up to, like, what was it? That was this like big spike of price action. We ran up to like almost crossed 120. So I think this day is more significant than January 24th was. Have you rolled down at all? Is April 130, 150 still kind of the sweet spot? Yeah, I mean, that's the majority of my contracts. Well, the majority of my capital, not the majority of my contracts, but the majority of my capital is between actually 125 and 150. And I'm still holding March 18 120s and 110s. Change my mind. There will be no MOASS until RC speaks and provides guidance. I mean, I absolutely think that needs to happen. I don't think it's a requirement for a short squeeze, but it would help. I don't even know if him providing guidance would trigger a short squeeze. That's not really like a true catalyst. It would depend on the way in which guidance is provided and how much, and you know how institutions view that guidance. If I were RC, I would just say a whole bunch of bullish shit all the way into the shareholders meeting, announcement after announcement. And then at the shareholders meeting, I would announce my profit from my stock sale and just Carl Icahn this shit. But I mean, he's clearly in it for the long term. You just described Adam Aaron. No, Adam Aaron not nearly as successful at it. Although he did sell very well at the peaks. I think the problem there with Adam Aaron is like he can say everything in the world, but his stock's still worthless. Thanks, KY. He's another activist investor, Mr. Finch. Demo of a working NFT marketplace right after positive EPS earnings report. That'd be cool. And the announcement of the fulfillment centers being open. Sure. How about while we're at it, throw a little edge on e-commerce earnings over retail earnings? Poof. Imagine, wait, even more growth projections. Oh fuck. Time for 120 weeklies? Get the fuck out of here. Did you see earnings beat for Q4? Seems like GM has plenty of inventory in hand to avoid supply chain issues. Also increased online presence along with new partnerships. It's possible, but unlikely. They don't have to shake people out of options. 60K calls that expired, worthless last week. There's 40K out of the money so far this week. Why are you looking at the weekly? Nobody should be buying weekly options, first of all. And most of those, you're just looking at open interest. That has nothing to do with if those are sold or bought. So it's just an arbitrary figure. This is why setting dates is a no bueno strategy for good DD that's created. Things happen on dates. If you expect price action the next 2 days, what price do you expect to see? I still think that the upward target of Gamma Max is possible. I don't think that's changed. I mean, we're higher now than we were initially moving into OPEX. Most trading algos models dominant nowadays haven't been developed trained for this massively retail owned and direct registered novel phenomenon and its impact on illiquidity. Jury's still out. I mean, they know how to make money on an illiquid stock. It's apparent in, the positions they're constructing through ETFs. Who purposely didn't report holiday sales this year. I know. Although to be fair, that was part of the old The old C-suite's strategy. I think it's a good strategy to move my 140C, even if there is movement tomorrow. I mean, you'll have to see how much movement there is tomorrow and reassess from that point. I will not stand for this blasphemy against weekly options. I mean, failing to mention that most of those weekly options are bought on the day of expiration. RC buys all remaining shares, realizes the marketplace, calls out shorts, believe it or not, dip. Exactly how many April 510s do you have? Enough. Zeros does not equal buy pressure. I can't understand why that's so difficult for people to comprehend. At least buy and hold encouraged the buying part. It doesn't amplify pressure that is yet to come in. It creates illiquidity, which drives volatility, which amplifies price action, but it amplifies it to the up and downside. Didn't Dave Lauer say something crazy is happening this week? Yeah, but I think he backtracked and said that it really didn't have a lot to do with GME, but more like fairness in the markets. Do you have any intention of ruling your April 510s the closer we get to expiration? Oh, I'm gonna whatever options position I have open from now on is just going to be closed out as we move through the remainder of this cycle. As things are not, if things are not realized. How do you feel about carrot cake? It's good. I like hummingbird cake. Hummingbird, that has pineapple in it. Shouldn't see the stream much today. What's Bob saying about this volume? I don't know. At least Kenny reinvested my money and didn't just leave it on hand. Hey guys, I'm doing my part. How long after a big drop or big run does it take for Ivy to go back to its average? It can crush pretty fast. It depends on, how much the volume drops. I don't actually have a recipe. I'm not big into baking, trash. I like cooking, but not baking so much. I'll bake things, but what's a hummingbird cake? Just Google it. It's like a carrot cake, but with pineapple and coconut. Favorite cartoons as a kid? Asking a group of nerds with Photoshop. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Angry Beavers. I remember liking that a lot. I can't think right now. Wow. DuckTales, Tailspin. I didn't really have a TV like for the early part of my childhood, so not too many shows that I remember. I remember like seeing some. I remember not being allowed to watch Ren and Stimpy. No, I mean I didn't have a TV, and not I didn't have cable. Animaniacs, but I don't really know how much of a kid I was then. I guess I was still a kid. Yeah, Pinky and the Brain were dope. James Rowland, March 2022 to March 2022. Thus is the life of a A stock visionary. If Citadel is doing great with their current positions, what scenario would cause them to ever be forced into closing any GME shorts? Who said that they're carrying them? Like, why the fuck does everyone think that Citadel, the market maker, is carrying GameStop shorts? Like a big fat bag of GameStop shorts? Like, it's fun to joke about and stuff, but in actuality, like, that's not part of their strategies. That's a Susquehanna's strategy, without a doubt. That's definitely Melvin's strategy. I don't really know about Point 72. I think they're a family fund, so they might not have too much information on them, but I love Darkwing Duck too. I actually got suspended from kindergarten because I had a Darkwing Duck gun that I got in a cereal box, and I kept threatening to shoot the other children for trying to steal my tricycle. It shot bubbles. It wasn't like a real gun, but it was cool as hell. Why would Citadel bail out Melvin if they, because Melvin's position was at risk of blowing up Citadel's volatility positions. Like I said, Volgavana squeeze. Right? All of this evidence just lends more and more credence to the things I've already told you guys for months. Berenstein Bears or Berenstain Bears? It's important. I know which one it is, but Berenstain is I think what I remember. Don't answer. It's gonna get real weird real fast. It's okay. The stream's almost over, trash. I can just walk away. Isn't Citadel HF probably short XRT? Yeah, see that's where I think Citadel's positions are, is in manipulating these ETFs because they're a fucking authorized participant everywhere. I think Citadel, the advantage of Citadel being part of all of this is that, you know, they have all of these like reporting requirements are kind of just like shooed for them. And they've been setting up those exemptions for years, right? And they have access to all these ETFs. James Rowland says Dooms are in play until tomorrow morning. They're not. That's not how 35C works. Today would be the last day. They're in play until tomorrow because tomorrow is the T+2 day from January 25th. Or, well, January 25th is the T+2 day from January 21st. You realize you haven't updated Reddit since 1134? What was I going to tell him? Yeah. I forgot. I'm sorry. I'm sorry who's coughing now. But this conversation has nothing to do with Citadel, the hedge fund. Did you answer the cone question? Does the cone of confidence still apply? If OPEC's obligations are realized, Moon, can you make up for it by streaming the AMC earnings call? No. I mean, I wrote a DD last night trying to tell everybody that the dates were being counted wrong. That's the best I could do. Picklehole, thank you for becoming a Cornishon, man.
Welcome to Cornishon. Cornishon. Cornishon.
Someone was supposed to remind you of something. You said they do it if they remind you. I don't know. I didn't roll my in the money March 18 calls. Although my 120s are no longer in the money now. Any chance this past large runs? I mean, Fidelity sold all their shares last January. Something about adding YouTube emotes. Oh, yeah. I think Vanguard bought more shares since June. Yay. 1.02 million volume. Ding ding. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Everybody have a wonderful night, and thanks for hanging out. See ya.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.